J'ouvre les portes. I would like to make a brief statement concerning some events that transpired yesterday at the end of sitting. Those present in person witnessed behaviors that went against the normal expectations in terms of decorum. The last vote in particular was characterized by disturbances, with some members shouting, others making gestures, with the presumed objective of eliciting reactions. Some members were particularly unruly, and the chair was obligated to intervene during the taking of the division to remind members to remain calm so that we can allow the clerks at the table to continue with the roll call.
As indicated on page 643 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, I quote, "During the taking of a vote, no member is permitted to enter, leave, or walk across the chamber, or to make any noise or disturbance from the time the speaker begins to put the question until the results of the vote are announced." End of quote.
The Chair hopes this will serve as a good reminder to all members of the expectations in regard to decorum during divisions. I understand that some votes are the subject of strong disagreements, but still it is expected that all members comport themselves appropriately. Finally, I also wish to take a few moments to address another situation that occurred after the vote. After the result was announced and Bill C-78 was adopted, I recognized the Leader of the Government in the House who had caught my eye on a point of order. I understand that the member from London Fanshawe was also on her feet on a point of order, presumably in relation to the division that had just taken place. The Government House Leader then moved that the House be adjourned. The motion was deemed adopted, with the result of ending our proceedings for the day. This obviously prevented the member from London Fanshawe from raising her concerns in a timely manner, and I apologize for this situation, as I should have recognized her. That said, I'm ready to hear her now, or one of her colleagues if she still wishes. Others might also want to intervene. I thank all members for their attention. I see the honourable member from London Fanshawe is rising on a point of order.
I do appreciate the apology, Mr. Speaker. However, I will be taking this back, reflecting upon your words. I can't say that I find them satisfactory in terms of the requirements or the repercussions that need to come from them, and I will reserve the right to speak to this further.
Je reconnais que l'honorable député.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. On a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also witnessed what happened. I saw the member from London Fanshawe tried to take the floor, as well as a member from their same political party. I would like to remind everyone of the fact that, nothing is finished yet when everyone is still standing. The leader at the House wanted to speak, and we were not able to hear them. I want to speak on behalf of French speakers when I say that it's more difficult for us when this is happening, because it's difficult for interpreters to follow what's happening, and oftentimes we don't have the end of the sentence, we don't have the entirety of what's being said, because people are talking over each other and yelling, and so we don't exactly know what's being said. And this happened at many times, and we were not rather able to access the full content because of the type of communication and because of all the booing. So it's difficult for us, therefore, to do our work. As French speakers, we want to be able to understand what's happening. I'd like us to keep this in mind. I understand being disappointed following the results of a vote, but out of respect and collegiality, we must keep in mind that not everyone understands English and would like to have full access to a debate, a quality debate, and we would like to be able to participate fully in this. Thank you. to both members for what they shared, especially what was raised by the member from Manicagouan. It's very important, especially for those who are using interpreter services, to understand what is happening in the House of Commons. It's very difficult, if not impossible, for them to listen and follow along when there is not decorum in the House. It's a very important point, and it's one that, as a speaker, I will be taking into account, and I would encourage members to behave in a respectful manner with one another so that all members be able to fully participate in House of Commons business.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour, resuming consideration of a privilege motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
The honourable member from Kildonan and St. Paul has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here we are 2 months into the longest privilege debate in House of Commons history and Canadian history. 2 months of Liberals running from accountability after your ruling, an agreement with the opposition parties that they must produce the documents. Of course, as you know, Mr. Speaker, this is a constitutional power that we have in this House, that the House can compel the order of documents, persons, papers. This was ruled, and for 2 months, the Liberals have been working very hard to avoid their real obligation to this House, to circumvent their constitutional obligation after a ruling in this House to bring forward documents on a $400 million green slush fund. And of course, we know that it was $400 million taxpayer dollars that a board of Liberal-appointed board members used to enrich themselves. In fact, there were 186 conflicts of interest over a number of years by those Liberal-appointed board members. 186 times. This was happening every other day at this board, where they would vote of how this money would be spent to their own financial benefit. And the Liberals are withholding all the documents. They've provided some that have been redacted, but they have not released all of them. They have not provided them unredacted. We are saying they need to provide them to the police. This is such a significant scandal. $400 million, far less have brought down Liberal governments before for their scandals and corruption. But $400 million is not nothing. The last time I spoke in this House, I talked about how $400 million taxpayer dollars for individuals to vote to enrich themselves with, that represents about 22,000 Canadian families working an entire year paying federal income tax, just to afford $400 million towards Liberal insiders. And so we've ordered the documents. They refused to give them. For 2 months, this House has largely been at a standstill. 2 months, again, the longest privilege debate in Canadian history, the longest debate. So that just begs the question of what are they hiding in there? It must be really bad for them to forego anything else, really, and I'll talk about some of the things that the NDP has allowed them to get away with. But 2 whole months of no government bills being passed, no government bills really being debated. 2 months. And this is a minority parliament. We could be in an election at any time. Time is of the essence if this Liberal government in its dying days wants to accomplish anything, and yet 2 months of that waning time, they've been running from this accountability. So that, I mean, it's very obvious. It's very clear that there is something very serious in those documents, as we suspect. I think the Liberal corruption in this likely runs far, far deeper. Why else would they allow 2 months of none of their initiatives going forward? Why else? There's no other logical explanation for this, Madam Speaker. I think it's quite serious what we're looking at. And of course, we've seen a lot of this kind of behavior over the last number of years. Liberals proroguing Parliament to avoid scandals, Liberals calling election to avoid production of the Winnipeg lab documents. You'll remember that, Madam Speaker. Called an election in the middle of a pandemic, the most divisive election in recent memory, where the Liberal Prime Minister pitted vaccinated Canadian against unvaccinated Canadian. Called that election to avoid what was in those Winnipeg lab documents that involved 2 scientists connected to the People's Liberation Army in China. Called an election to avoid releasing those documents. In fact, an individual was brought to the bar to get those documents, which was the first time in a century, and yet they fought hard to make sure that those didn't come to light. Called an election. to avoid it. And of course, the prorogation was in the midst of the We Charity scandal when they were looking to provide $1 billion to that sort of what really amounted to quite a slimy organization, the We Charity, who was also a sycophant for the Liberal family, or the Liberal Prime Minister's family, Madam Speaker. You know, promoting them, paying them to be in various speaking engagement podcasts. It was really something. So we've seen this before, prorogation to avoid accountability, calling an election to avoid production of documents. So maybe one of those two things is coming. How far are they going to take this to avoid the RCMP looking at these documents? Again, just the ones that we know about, which is not to say there's many, many more conflicts of interest, but the ones that the Auditor General was able to find after looking at, over just a portion of the $1 billion green slush fund, 186 times, every other day, I guess, Liberal-appointed board members were voting for taxpayer dollars to further enrich themselves. It's unbelievable, actually. It's unbelievable how many people in this country had to work all year away from their families, had to pay federal income tax for $400 million to be in conflicts of interest to enrich Liberal insiders, Madam Speaker. It's quite shocking, and I just think two whole months avoiding this, sacrificing their own agenda and their waning days of government, it must be really bad. Madam Speaker, there's no other explanation. And I think if you just look at their whole sort of green initiatives over 9 years, it's quite something. I mean, if you really peel back the layers, they've claimed to have spent, what is it, $100 billion on climate change? $100 billion with no meaningful results whatsoever. $100 billion. It's a shocking number, and yet no results. No results. In fact, we saw, the Environment Commissioner in a 2023 fall report said, and I'll quote, the report painted a grim picture of emissions reductions in Canada over the past 20 years, saying that the only significant drop in emissions came during the 2008 financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, which had little to do with emissions reduction policy. So in the midst of the pandemic, when we were all forced to stay home for weeks, not drive, not travel, not do anything, not really leave our houses or see anybody, that's when emissions dropped. There was no other meaningful emissions drop in this country since the Liberals have been in office. And in fact, the Environment Commissioner went on to say Canada is the only G7 country that has not achieved any emissions reductions since 1990. Wow, $100 billion and no results. From the Office of the Auditor General, she said Canada's greenhouse gas emissions have increased since the Paris Agreement was signed, making it, quote, the worst performing of all G7 nations since the 2015 Conference of the Parties in Paris, France. That was in 2021. So we're seeing all this money just flying out the door. And in fact, they brought forward something called the Net Zero Accelerator Fund. And what I found really interesting about this is they propose $8 billion. Again, just billions are just nothing to Liberals. Doesn't matter how long and how hard Canadians had to work to produce all those federal income taxes. But whatever, they're going to spend billions like it's chump change in the bottom of their pocket. So $8 billion towards this Net Zero Accelerator Fund. And what's really interesting about this is they found that there was no accountability really on the money to reduce emissions. So they're just throwing billions of dollars to various companies with no measurables. Nothing to show the public, well, we gave them this and they committed that they would help lower emissions at this regard, and we'll hold them accountable to that commitment for making their companies billions of dollars from the taxpayer. That lack of accountability is seen across government departments here. In fact, the government in particular, the Liberal government, makes all these big financial announcements. Doesn't matter that we've doubled the national debt from $500 billion to well over $1 trillion in 9 years, almost 150 years of prime ministers. All their debt was done in less than 9 years by Liberal government. And they talk about all these billions, and yet, of course, there doesn't seem to be really any measurables. It's like a ribbon cutting and announcing all these billions, and then that's all we have to do. It's not really about what the actual impact of those dollars are. It's as if they think success is measured by how much money you spend, not by the outcome it produces. And that's what we're seeing with a lot of this so-called green spending. And in fact, in some cases, the government didn't know if the accelerator fund provided would lead to any emissions reduction. In fact, the Environment Commissioner testimony, Environment Committee said themselves, quote, "We also found that the department did not always know what extent GHG emissions have been reduced by those companies that took part in the Net Zero Accelerator Initiative, or whether the funding provided would lead to reduced emissions." So again, how could you just disregard the hard work it took for Canadians to provide that money to the federal government and just throw it out the window with no follow-through over and over and over again? So then it's not just on the greenhouse gas emissions that we're not seeing any meaningful action, despite nearly $100 billion apparently, according to them, spent. It's all different departments. In fact, if you look at the economics of this country and all the billions, of course, they measure success by how much money they're spending, not by on the outcome. Because if you just look at the outcomes, what have we seen, Madam Speaker? We have 1 in 5 children in Canada are living in poverty. 1 in 5. 1 in 5 children living in poverty. 1 in 4 parents, reportedly, are cutting back on their own food intake because they can't afford enough for all of their families. So they're eating less so their children can eat. 1 in 4. That's from the Salvation Army. 1 in 4. This is supposed to be a G7 country, one of the wealthiest countries on earth. We're the second largest geography on earth. We're blessed with natural resources that almost every other country would envy. We have an educated population, a hardworking population. Bread lines have returned after 9 years of Liberal government, actual bread lines. It's just unbelievable what we're seeing, and yet they've spent all this money with the promise at every single announcement that this was going to make the difference, and yet it's just made things worse. What have they spent on housing? What is it, $80 billion on housing, and housing prices, rental prices have doubled in the 9 years that they've been in power? $80 billion spent on housing. All that taxpayer hard work spent on housing, only for housing to double in cost. Actually, it's more than double now. Rent has more than doubled now. What is it, 2/3 of millennials will never be able to afford a home? Was the hallmark of Canadian freedom and prosperity was to the promise that you could work hard and get married and have a family and buy a house and retire in dignity, things that were true for generations because of the hard work of the earlier generations in this country, built on their blood, sweat, and tears, the promise of Canada to provide prosperity. And now we have 2/3 of our young people who are probably the most, I know they are, the most educated in history, hardworking, big dreams, and yet 2/3 of them will never be able to afford a piece of property? We have the second largest geography on earth. We have trees that abound. We have all the materials you need, all the space required to build homes, and $80 billion of so-called investment from the Liberals, and housing prices have doubled, and the dream of housing ownership for 2/3 of my generation has evaporated after 9 years of this Liberal government. And to say nothing of the crime that we're seeing, the dysfunction that we're seeing in our criminal justice system, where we're seeing 50% increase in violent crime, we're seeing 116% increase in gun crime, we're seeing 75% increase in sexual assault, which we know the vast majority affects women. And at every opportunity, this government pats itself on the back for its feminist policy, and yet 75% increase in sexual assaults in this country in 9 years, 120% increase in sexual violations against children in this country in 9 years. And they've brought forward subsequent pieces of justice legislation that has a serious influence on this, that has resulted in a lot of this crime. We've heard from police associations across the country, premiers of every political stripe, saying it's bail. Bail reform is needed in this country, Madam Speaker. That's what we hear time and time again. And yet nothing. They brought forward a measly 7-page bill that was passed into Royal, sent over, but it was a year ago now, had obviously zero effect. People are still being shot and killed by people out on bail, who have been out on bail and probation and parole for their whole lives, and yet somehow they're just let out on bail again with the promise that they'll obey the rules for the first time in their life, and yet they've proven to be a danger to society over and over again. It's madness. It is madness what we're seeing. People deserve to feel safe in this country. They deserve to ride public transit without the threat of being stabbed by someone out on bail. They deserve to have their car in their own driveway and know it's going to be there in the morning. It used to be like that in Canada. We used to have a time where you weren't concerned about things like this, and it just seems to be getting worse. We've seen thousands of homeless encampments pop up all across the country, which is, of course, a clear indicator of the poverty and economic vandalism that we've seen as a result of bad government decisions from these Liberals for 9 years. So we're seeing a lot of dysfunction, and the crime is a big deal. And in the last year, in particular the last 13 months, we've seen protest after protest after protest, certainly as a result of the Hamas terrorist attacks on October 7th in Israel, when hundreds of people were taken hostage, when well over 1,000 people were brutally and barbarically murdered, where women were viciously and violently raped, tortured, and killed, children burnt alive and shot, elderly people abused and beaten up and killed. I remember seeing some of those videos, and I'll never in my life get those out of my head. The barbaric nature of that attack, and seeing what's happened in our streets subsequently, and the words that have been spoken about our Jewish community, and the mayhem and the targeting of Jewish businesses, and it's escalated to such a point now that we saw riots in Montreal the other day where someone was yelling, caught on camera yelling about the final solution for the Jewish people is coming in Canada in 2024. That's what's happening in this country. That's what's been permitted to transpire over the last number of years. Jewish Canadians don't feel safe in their own country. In Canada, in 2024, they don't feel safe to identify themselves. They don't feel safe in their businesses. Their elderly care homes have been protested. Their synagogues have been lit on fire and vandalized. Their children's schools have been shot up. Jewish members of parliament have to be under round-the-clock security, fear of their lives, just for standing up for Jewish Canadians and for standing up for their principles on Israel. Threats to their lives have happened. And what have we seen from Parliament? There's not been any action on this. There's not been any firm stances taken by the Liberal government in the 13 months. In fact, in Public Safety Committee, Conservatives have tried repeatedly. The Public Safety and National Security Committee of Canada is tasked with dealing with public safety and national security issues. And we have a group of Canadians, the Jewish Canadians representing less than 1% of the population, that have been the most targeted population in this country, particularly in the last 13 months. Nothing has transpired at Public Safety and National Security Committee. Liberals have stopped those motions every step of the way, looked to water them down every single step of the way, Madam Speaker. Every single step of the way. You can watch the footage. We've repeatedly tried to bring this forward at public safety, that this is obviously an issue of national significance, of public safety, of national security, what's been happening to the Jewish Canadians in this country as a result of what happened on October 7th. And if we don't think that the most vile elements of some of those protesters have been emboldened by the fact that Hamas applauded a Liberal government decision to side with them, if we don't think that that's had an impact, I think we're just deluding ourselves. There are serious problems happening in this country across the board, and Jewish Canadians have had it some of the worst off by far in the last 13 months. And yet the Public Safety and National Security Committee of Canada refuses to do a concrete look into this issue specifically. I haven't even mentioned the multiple thwarted terrorist plots against the Jewish community. There's been 2, maybe 3, just in the past year, targeting one community just for being Jewish. We only found out recently that December 2023, there was a rally in support of releasing the hostages on Parliament Hill. The leader of the opposition was there. The deputy leader of the opposition was there, who's Jewish. A number of other members, actually, in fact, there were 2 Liberal members of Parliament there. And apparently, unbeknownst to them, no one found out about this publicly until 10 months after the fact, most recently, there were apparently 2 terrorist-affiliated young people, teenagers, who had been deep in the plots of plotting a bomb attack on that rally. A bomb attack on the heart of our democracy, targeting Jewish Canadians for being Jewish. Right here in Parliament. And the Public Safety and National Security Committee of Canada doesn't think that that's something that we should be looking into? Really? How is that acceptable? How is it acceptable that the committee tasked with this, out of every committee, doesn't think it's a priority to focus specifically on the anti-Semitism threat, the threat of anti-Semitism and the terrorist plots towards them, and the extreme violence that we've been seeing escalating towards the Jewish people? How is that acceptable? We are not doing our duty as a Public Safety National Security Committee. Conservatives will continue to push for this, because we believe it is completely and wholly unacceptable what has been happening, and the fact that we feel the government has not taken it seriously and not clearly sent a very clear message to the vile people shouting things like calling for the final solution of the Jewish people. Where is the robust response? Where is the solidarity with with Jewish Canadians and their families in Israel, who obviously have the right to defend themselves in the face of the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust? And I'll just conclude. I recently spoke to CJPAC about these issues, and I had two women come up to me after, and they were quite emotional. And again, this is 13 months after this happened. And they were grown professional women, but you can tell they were having a tough time. And they said to me, you know, since that day, we feel so alone. We feel so alone. Jewish Canadians in Canada feel alone, like the government has abandoned them, turned their back on their family in Israel, turned their back on their needs and the fact that there's terrorist-affiliated people in this country that are trying to bomb them to smithereens, that are trying to massacre them. And the fact that, as Vice Chair of the Public Safety Committee, the Liberals won't allow us to focus on this issue. What kind of signal does that send to people who want to do harm to Jewish Canadians? What kind of signal does that send? Shame on the Liberals at committee for doing that. We should be studying this, and we should be studying this now, Madam Speaker. And Conservatives are going to continue to stand up for Jewish Canadians at that committee, and we're not going to stop. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the very nature of that speech does not surprise me. And the reason why is all one has to do is take a look in terms of when the Conservatives came back into the session, their first national caucus. This is what their leader instructed to the Conservative caucus. He said, and I quote, "There would be mass hunger and malnutrition with tax this high. Our seniors would have to turn their heat down to 14 or 13 C just to make it through the winter," the leader said. "Inflation would run rampant, and people would not be able to leave their homes or drive anywhere." Madam Speaker, this is what the leader of the Conservative Party said in his opening remarks to his Conservative members of Parliament. How ridiculous. And then we see speeches of this nature, a gross exaggeration. I've got news for the member opposite and for the Conservative Party of Canada. Canada is not broken. It is still the very best country in the world to call home. Shame on them for their attitudes, Madam Speaker, how they continue to put their political self-interest ahead of the interests of Canadians. And we see that every day, and a good example of that is when we wanted to give them a tax break yesterday, what did the Conservatives do? They voted against a tax break. How will the member opposite and Conservatives justify their vote yesterday to not support a tax relief?
Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Let's talk about that GST tax trick last night. Again, 1 in 4 Canadian parents are eating less just to afford food for their kids. 1 in 5 Canadian children are living in poverty. 2 million people at food banks every single month in Canada in 2024. 9 years of Liberal government and literal breadlines have returned. I'll remind the member from Winnipeg North that his community in particular has been impacted by this poverty because of the economic vandalism after 9 years. Do Liberals think, Madam Speaker, that these things just happen to people and they're not responsible at all? Because if they're not responsible, what are they doing there? Time to get out of the way and get a Conservative government in power that's actually going to relieve Canadian taxes, that's actually going to cut the carbon tax, which is a tax on everything. We will cut it forever.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I listened closely to my colleague's speech. I do agree with her on one aspect. Yes, Canada is doing very badly on reducing greenhouse gases, but that's only to be expected when you produce more oil and gas. Of course, when you export more oil and gas, of course, you have higher GHG emissions. My colleague did not speak of the fact that there has been a record level of investment, $34 billion to buy what? A pipeline. The Conservative Party doesn't say anything about that. I'd like my colleague to explain to us, first of all, does her party recognize the existence of climate change? And secondly, instead of just criticizing, what's the Conservative plan to reduce emissions and really fight climate change?
Kildonan and St. Paul.
I appreciate the question from the Bloc Québécois member, and certainly we are very blessed in this country to have the natural resource sector. The hydrocarbon sector ensures that transfers to various provinces are possible, ensures that healthcare in this country is possible. In fact, given the new Trump administration coming in, thank God we have the energy sector, because the Americans depend on that energy. In fact, it makes their gas cheaper in that country. If only we had a government in the last 9 years with the commitment, with the drive to actually fully develop these resources, that hasn't tried to stop them every step of the way. And that pipeline, the only reason the Liberals had to buy that pipeline is because the regulatory regime they brought in was so toxic that we couldn't get the private industry to do it. They hightailed it out of Canada because this government's made it so difficult to get anything built in this country, so that this country can actually use its blessed natural resources to pay for all these wonderful things. And thank goodness we have it, Madam Speaker, because it might just be the thing that's going to save us from these 25% tariffs.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I rise knowing that today is the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. And I know that, and I've heard there are Jewish people that are in solidarity with the Palestinian people, especially with the genocide that's happening in Gaza. And I wonder if she can speak to the voices that she's heard of those Jewish people that support the call for the end to genocide in Gaza.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
What I've heard from the Jewish community is that they want a release of those hostages, Madam Speaker. They want to be able to bury their dead with dignity. That has been denied to them for 13 months. Many of those individuals are still alive, from what we understand. They need to be released, and they need to be released now. That's what needs to happen, Madam Speaker. And on the NDP, they supported that GST yesterday. They supported that GST tax cut, which really amounts to breadcrumbs thrown on a few things decided by the Liberal government, who picked and chose what Canadians deserve to have a so-called tax break on, which is just really a trick, because it's just a couple weeks of some items not having a little bit of taxes on them, when what they need is long-term tax cuts. We need to axe the tax to give long-term relief, because if this Liberal government is going to stay in power until April, and if they're going to continue to raise these taxes, which they've committed to raising the carbon tax, we're going to see it go up to 61 cents a litre, and that's the nuclear winter that the member for Winnipeg North shared with every one of our leaders' smart comments on that. That's coming if these guys stay in power, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for really pointing out throughout her speech the hypocrisy that exists with this government by spending money and not delivering results. Unfortunately, and it refutes the member from Winnipeg's North comment earlier about where we are in this country. The Stats Canada data just out today has indicated that our per capita income has shrunk for 6 consecutive quarters. We're now back to the per capita or per person income in this country is back to before, guess when? This government was elected. So everything that they've done over the last 9 years has taken us backwards, not forwards at all, despite doubling our national debt. I'd just like the member to comment on what could a government do, especially a future government, with that money versus just really throwing it away. I'm not going to use the other term I was going to do about something in the wind.
For Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's never been more critical that we get a Conservative government that cares about economics, that cares about tax relief for Canadians. Our leader has repeatedly talked about for years the disparity between doing business in the United States, between doing business now, the regulatory burden that our businesses have to deal with, the tax burden our businesses have to deal with, the carbon tax being one of the #1 contributors of businesses and investment fleeing to the United States because they don't have that kind of tax on their energy. They don't have that kind of tax. They can hire more workers. They can do more innovation. It's cheaper for businesses to operate in the United States. It's quicker for them to get up off the ground. Canada has become a place over the last 9 years that hundreds of billions of dollars of investment have fled to the United States. And if we think that's going to get better with the incoming administration, we have another thing coming. We need a government that prioritizes regulation cuts, tax cuts, and genuinely as a primary focus wants to grow the economy, Madam Speaker, not on the backs of future Canadians with all these deficits, with actual economic innovation and growth from the Canadian people, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today is the International Day for Solidarity with the Palestinian people. Like the member, I too agree that we need all the hostages released and all the remains of the hostages problem should be cleared. Along with several Jewish Canadians, there are many Palestinian Canadians here who have lost their families amongst the 43,000 people killed in Gaza. Vast majority of whom are women and children. I would like to ask that member whether she has got any tears or any consolation for the Canadians who have lost their family in the Gaza.
The honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. The last 13 months have been horrific in the Middle East, what we've seen. We support Israel's right to defend itself, and we hold Hamas responsible for all of this destruction, for the terrorist attacks of October 7th. This is on them. What we're not hearing is a clear denunciation of that from the Liberal government. And we feel that when Hamas is happy, a terrorist organization is happy with the position of the Liberal government, there are serious, serious problems there, Madam Speaker. And what impact does that have to motivate the most vile elements in Canada to hurt Jewish Canadians here? I think it certainly has an impact.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's quite interesting in terms of the remarks that we just were entertained with, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, I think it's really important that people understand who the Conservative Party is. It is not the traditional party. And members and people that follow the debate on the economy, on social programming, and how it is that Canada is doing, I want people to understand that this is not the traditional Conservative Party. And let me quote someone who is a former Prime Minister of Canada, Kim Campbell. This is what she has to say about the leadership and the direction that the Conservative Party is today. And I quote, "I've never joined the Conservative Party of Canada. I think Joe Clark being, again, another progressive Conservative Prime Minister, she says, I think Joe Clark expressed it that he didn't leave the party left him. It is not a progressive Conservative Party today." We just heard a litany of issues of downplaying Canada. And as I've indicated, the leader of the Conservative Party and members of his caucus can go around Canada talking about how bad things are and that Canada is broken. And Madam Speaker, a vast majority of the things that they're saying is absolutely not true and is definitely misleading. Whether it's the leader in the many different town halls that he has, or it's through their social media, Madam Speaker, or their emails, millions of emails that they send out, Madam Speaker. Canada is not broken. And when you think in terms of the progressive nature that the Conservatives used to have, you know, it's interesting, they talk about, well, poverty and so forth. When it came time to stand up and vote on issues, I listed just a few programs. The disability program. First time ever we are actually establishing disability payments, the single largest budgetary item from the last budget, where every month $200 a month will be going to individuals, Madam Speaker. The Pharmacare program. Millions of Canadians are going to benefit from it, and it's a good step forward in regards to developing a solid national Pharmacare program, what we put into place. A child care program. A Canada Child Benefits program that no longer pays for millionaires and supports even those parents that have a lower income. I made reference to the $10 a day child care, the expansion of child care spaces also, Madam Speaker. A dental care program in which well over 1 million Canadians have actually participated in. A national school food program. On the one hand, the member from Kildonan is talking about children in poverty, yet the Conservatives vote against a national school program, Madam Speaker. They know absolutely no shame whatsoever. They really don't. You know, she's criticizing us because of the GST break that we're giving for Canadians during the holiday season. The Conservatives actually voted against it last night. I need to remind each and every one of those Conservative members of Parliament, in the last election, they campaigned for it. It was in their election platform that they would give a holiday relief in the form of a GST break for the holiday season. They said they would do it. What they voted against yesterday was their own policy. And that's something in which their leader at the time, Aaron O'Toole, the one they stabbed in the back because he was too progressive for them, Madam Speaker, they ditched him and they got their new shiny leader and they've reversed their policy on it. But I'll remind the new leader of the Conservative Party, he supported what it is that he voted against yesterday. And then they go around, Madam Speaker, and what do they say? They say they're going to axe the tax.
Interrupt the honourable member. Rappel au règlement de l'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to the fascinating speech from my colleague across the way when he was telling the story about every Conservative leader ever to exist, but I really don't see the link between that and the subject under debate. The honourable member knows that there is a great degree of flexibility.
Madam Speaker, I understand you stopped the clock. It's really unfortunate. Yesterday I stand up to speak and I'm interrupted on numerous occasions from the Conservatives on points of order. Now I get the coalition bloc doing the same thing. I think it's disrespectful, Madam Speaker. I have a lot that I would like to share with Canadians through my comments. I would ask the blocs and the Conservatives to contain themselves and allow the truth to be told inside.
I will order. We will allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to continue his speech. And yes, l'honorable député sait qu'il y a...
The honourable member knows that there is a great degree of latitude in the subjects that could be covered during a speech. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Tonight was the Conservative Party actually vote against giving Canadians during the holiday season a tax break on the GST. Even though they campaigned in favour of it, and their very own shiny leader today also retweeted the idea of having a holiday tax break on the GST during the holiday season, Madam Speaker. Now, the only difference is theirs was 4 weeks, ours is actually 8 weeks. No hypocrisy there, Madam Speaker, right? Well, take a look in terms of, they're going to say, well, yeah, we're against that, but we are in favor of axing the tax. What do they mean by axing the tax, Madam Speaker? They're going to be getting rid of the carbon rebate. They don't care about the environment, but they're going to get rid of the carbon rebate. A vast majority of Canadians get a net benefit with the carbon rebate, Madam Speaker. So not only are they going to take away a tax holiday, but they're also going to be axing the carbon rebate, Madam Speaker. And then they spread all sorts of misinformation on both of those issues. And that's why I say they know no shame. They don't have a problem saying that. Fast forward to where we are today. Why is it that the Parliament is as dysfunctional as it is? It's not because of the NDP, the Liberals, the Greens, and to a certain degree the Bloc. It's because of the Conservative Party of Canada. You see, Madam Speaker, here's the truth of the matter. 6 months ago or 7 months ago or whenever it was, there was an order in which, yes, a majority of the MPs voted that unredacted documents would be sent directly from the House to the RCMP. The government opposed that. We only have a minority of MPs. We opposed it. Yes, we did. And it's because we did not think it was appropriate to give unredacted documents to the RCMP. The RCMP themselves, the commissioner, has said he does not want those documents. The Auditor General of Canada has said that she does not support the documents being given to the RCMP. Other legal experts have said likewise, Madam Speaker. So what happens? The Speaker makes a ruling saying, well, the matter should actually go over to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. So what does the Conservative Party do? They move a motion that says, okay, on this issue, we're going to have it go to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. It's a Conservative motion. We've now had over 200 speeches from the Conservative Party of Canada on their own motion because they refuse to allow it to come to a vote. And as a direct result of that, what I would suggest to you, borderline contempt of this House, Madam Speaker, the Parliament has not been able to do the things that it needs to do in order to support Canadians. Pass substantial legislation in part in which they themselves support, Madam Speaker. Again, I could focus on the word hypocrisy, but I'll refrain from that because of my limitations on time. So we have a Conservative Party, through their leadership, that is more interested in their self-interest than they are about Canadians. And I can tell you, Canadians are paying the price. We have legislation there, Madam Speaker, to deal with anti-harm legislation to protect children from predators that are on the internet. And the Conservatives don't want to debate it. We have legislation such as converting sexual allegations and charges from military courts going into civilian courts. Everyone supports it. Even the Conservative Party supports that one. And they don't want anything to do with it. Now, because they want to continue their filibuster. We saw an example yesterday where we had to get the support of the New Democrats in order to be able to have a debate on giving tax relief to Canadians. And the Conservatives forced us to actually bring in closure, and then they criticized us yesterday for bringing in closure, Madam Speaker. How silly is that? Should we be surprised? This leader of the Conservative Party today was the parliamentary secretary to Stephen Harper, the only prime minister that has ever been held in contempt of Parliament. His point man was the leader of the Conservative Party today. Is there any wonder why the leader of the Conservative Party has no problem at all being in borderline contempt today on these types of issues, which is actually having such a negative impact on Canadians? They should be ashamed of themselves. But you know, interesting, it made headline news last week about the Conservative caucus. You get a leader who preaches to Canadians that we're going to have freedom. In fact, Madam Speaker, I actually brought a copy. I'd like to quote what it is that Conservative MPs are actually saying about the leader of the Conservative Party. They didn't want to release their names, but there's a number of them. There's a lot of Conservatives that have gone to the media to express their concern. Let me quote from the story, Madam Speaker. The headline is, leader of the Conservative Party, I have to say that, Madam Speaker, because I can't say his name. Leader of the Conservative Party office maintains tight control over what Conservative MPs say and do. Here's the first paragraph. After 2 years, after 2 years, the leader of the Conservative Party, as their leader, many Conservative MPs say they are much less free now than they were before his arrival. This coming from the man who promised during his leadership run to make Canada the freest country in the world, maintains tight control over the actions of his caucus members. Conservative MPs' words and actions are closely scrutinized by the leader's office. Partisanship is encouraged. Fraternizing with the elected officials from other parties is a no-no. Those who follow these rules are rewarded. Those who don't often have to suffer consequences. You want a sense of a consequence? Check with the member from Abbotsford. Some elected officials feel that they come to caucus to be told what to do and what to think. If the leader invents a new slogan, we know we'll have to use it. If you repeat the slogans, you get rewarded, said the Conservative source. You are celebrated in front of the entire caucus for being a good cheerleader. Is there any wonder why we get Conservative member after member standing up, repeating the slogans and the bumper stickers of what the leader of the Conservative Party is saying? They get a gold star for doing so. And that's why you get them one after another, standing up, repeating the slogans. They think Canadians are stupid, Madam Speaker. They're about like that thick on substance, but they're a mile when it comes to actually slogans. And you want to get a good sense, look in terms of the propaganda and the garbage that's being sent from social feeds that we're seeing. That's misleading, Madam Speaker. Consistently misleading. That's the far-right Conservative Party today that's being conducted by the leader's office. And they know, members know opposite. You know, if you come and you talk to me on the side or other Liberal caucus members, you're being watched. You're not supposed to be talking with us. Wow. If you say something that goes against what the party might be thinking, if you achieve gold stars, those gold stars are going to disappear. Stick with the script. That's why, we know the last political panels I've been on, both CTV and CBC, there's no Conservative. Why? Because they don't support mainstream media. Because the mainstream media wants to hold them to account for a lot of the silly things that they're saying, Madam Speaker. That's the reason why. It's much like in terms of just the general attitude of the leader of the Conservative Party. You know, the leader of the Conservative Party believes that he is not required to get a security clearance. You know, you have the leader of the Bloc, the leader of the Green, the leader of the New Democrats, all of which say, you know what, foreign interference is a very serious issue in Canada. We've had individuals murdered. We've had extortion. We've had political interference. In fact, Madam Speaker, we've had foreign interference in the leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada that ultimately saw him elected as the leader, Madam Speaker. And every other leader in the House has recognized the value of getting a security clearance, but not the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. If you want to be an intern for the leader of for the Conservative Party, you're required to get a security clearance. But if you're the leader, forget that. And the bogus explanation or excuses that they give as to why he's not getting the security clearance, Madam Speaker, it's a bunch of garbage. It really and truly is. So it begs the question, why doesn't the leader of the Conservative Party get his security clearance? I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker, because there's something in his past that he's hiding and he does not want Canadians to know about it. Absolutely. That is the real reason, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. And Canadians have a right to know, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting how we want to be able to find out how foreign interference. Remember last year at this time? Think about it, 12 months ago. What was the Conservatives yiping about from their chairs, Madam Speaker? They were standing up, they were saying foreign interference, foreign interference. But they piped down awfully quick when they found out that Conservatives were involved. And it's actually going directly to the leader's office, Madam Speaker. Whoa! Let's stop on that issue. We got to change the channel awfully quick. And instead, Madam Speaker, of dealing with issues of consequence for Canadians, whether it's the economy, whether it's good, substantial policy, that they continuously vote against, Madam Speaker. Continuously. They try to tell Canadians that they care. You know, as I say during the last speech, here's just some of the things that we have done. Disability program, pharmacare program, child care program, dental care program, national school food program. We can talk about the cuts to the Canada's middle class on the tax brackets. We can talk about the substantial increases to the GIS. We can talk about the 10% to the 75 plus. There's a litany of things, Madam Speaker, the infrastructure dollars that we're spending. This is a government that understands that a healthy economy is good for all Canadians. It builds our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. Consistently, the Conservatives are always voting against it, Madam Speaker. Canada had, in 2023, more direct foreign investment per capita than any of the other G7 countries. In fact, if you compare Canada to the rest of the world, we were number 3, Madam Speaker. People outside of Canada recognize how wonderful Canada is, whether it's going through the pandemic, going through a worldwide recession, recognizing our interest rates are going down, that inflation rates is under control. They're better than they are in the United States. But you would never know it, listening from Conservatives, Madam Speaker. You'd never know that. Instead, they want to say and proclaim to the world that Canada is broken. In fact, you now have the biggest cheerleader for the United States on the trade agreement and supporting the United States efforts coming from the leader himself of the Conservative Party. Madam Speaker, you remember on the trade agreement, and before I get on to the trade agreement, remember the last trade agreement that we had? It was the Ukraine trade agreement. The Conservative Party is the only political party that actually voted against a trade agreement with Ukraine, Madam Speaker. By the way, Russia is one of those foreign influencers that's spending millions to prop up the Conservative Party of Canada, Madam Speaker, if not directly, indirectly. Is there any wonder why maybe they might have actually voted for against the Canada-Ukraine a trade deal for suspicious reasons, and I'm trying to be nice, Madam Speaker, or red herrings? And now we think that the Conservative Party is in a good position to negotiate with Donald Trump? Forget that, Madam Speaker. We got a great team. We've done it before. We have the expertise. The last time around, what did the Conservatives say? They capitulated. They said it doesn't matter what you have to cave and just sign an agreement. That's all they wanted. We held back and we got a good agreement, and that's one of the reasons why Donald Trump wants to renegotiate. And we will go to the table, Madam Speaker, but we are going to put Canadians first and foremost, as we have done for the last 9 years. Consistently, Madam Speaker, what we have witnessed from the opposition is no, no, no.
Remember, we'll have the time for the questions and comments after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, today is the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. In 2021, I stood in this House and called on Canada to recognize the sovereign state of Palestine. Today, I renew that call with urgency. New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman wrote 3 days back that the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is defending a Jewish supremacist apartheid vision in the West Bank and Gaza. Yet, the Western nations, who holds the levers of power and influence, remain silent witnesses, allowing this catastrophe to persist. Canada must take bold and active steps towards justice, not just as a gesture of solidarity, but as a commitment to a just and lasting peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, my dear mother was recently going through some old papers and found a poem from the late 1970s she had saved all these years. In those days, we had Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. I was shocked at the similarities between then and now. Here's the poem. The Prime Minister is my shepherd, I shall not work. He maketh me to lie down on park benches. He leadeth me beside still factories. He restoreth my faith in the Conservatives. He guideth me in paths of unemployment. Yea, though I walk through the valley of soup kitchens, I shall still be hungry. For they are against me. They anointed my income with taxes. My expenses runneth over my salary. Surely poverty and hard living shall follow me all the days of this Liberal administration, and I shall live in a rented house forever. Madam Speaker, after 45 years, nothing has changed. His son, our current Prime Minister, has dragged Canada into an even worse mess than his father. Thankfully, it will be, once again, a new Conservative government to the rescue to fix everything the Liberals have broken. Let's bring it home.
L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member from Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To share an update in the West Island of Montreal. There was an exciting announcement made earlier this week in CLSC Pierrefonds, along with the Canada Space Agency, Swiss de West de Lille, and David St. Jacques, the astronaut. We talked about and unveiled a pilot project that deals with telemedicine. And telemedicine is a really innovative thing. It allows for healthcare to be delivered remotely, for physicians and for healthcare professionals to make assessments of us, individuals, people, but not face-to-face. It has real-world applications, but it was developed in outer space. This technology was actually made for astronauts, but it's now been applied here at home within Pierrefonds at the CLSC. So I really want to thank, j'aimerais remercier Lisa.
So I'd like to thank Lisa Campbell, the president of the Canadian Space Agency, and the entire team.
Center.
Today, on November 29th, marks the UN International Day of Solidarity with Palestinian People. So I offer this House and all Canadians committed to justice and peace the following reflection. Every bombed village is my hometown, and every dead child is my child. Every grieving mother is my mother, and every crying father is my father. Every home turned to rubble is the home I grew up in, and every brother carrying the remains of his brother across borders is my brother. Every sister waiting for her sister who will never come home is my sister. Every one of these peoples is ours, just like we are theirs. We belong to them, and they belong to us. Stop the genocide. Long live Palestine. Long live Gaza.
The honourable member for Argentan-la-Petite-Nation. The honourable member for Argentan-la-Petite-Nation. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to celebrate not one, but two 90th anniversaries in my riding. The La Chute and Buckingham Lions Clubs are celebrating this important milestone in their existence. It was on December 4th, 1934 that the Buckingham Lions Club was founded, followed by the La Chute Lions Club a few days later on December 11th, 1934. Madam Speaker, Lions Clubs are charitable organizations that help the less fortunate in the community, help young people, and improve the quality of life of the general population. They support a wide variety of causes, including blindness, deafness, health, education, youth, and seniors. Altruism, generosity, friendship, and commitment are among the values that they embody. I would like to wish all members of the La Chute and Buckingham Lions Clubs a happy 90th birthday and to sincerely thank them for their commitment to the vulnerable members of their communities.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, repeatedly we are witnessing this NDP Liberal government's troubling tendency to prioritize the rights of criminals over victims. That's why I introduced the Pro-Victims' Rights Bill C-320 in March 2023. Thankfully, the bill has passed unanimously through this House and is now at the Senate committee stage. Lisa Freeman, a constituent of Oshawa and the inspiration behind Bill C-320, recently learned that the axe murderer who brutally murdered her father while on parole at the time will be subject to a closed-door review by the Parole Board of Canada. No hearing. Ms. Freeman's rights have been completely disregarded under the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, and she has continually been denied the rights afforded to registered victims, leading to repeated re-victimization, not by the perpetrator, but by the very institutions that should be safeguarding her well-being. If the NDP Liberal government refuses to recognize the need to prioritize victims' rights over those of criminals, it's time for an election so that a Conservative...
Milton.
Today is the International Day of Solidarity with Palestinian people, and today I'm reaffirming my support for Canada's recognition for Palestinian statehood. Canada recently voted in favor of 2 UN resolutions to signal our deep concerns over the expansion of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories and to express our unwavering support for Palestinian refugees that are in urgent need of assistance, and that UNRWA is critical in that regard. Canada remains committed to the pursuit of lasting peace in the Middle East. A two-state solution is critical to that endeavor, which includes the creation of a Palestinian state where Palestinians and Israelis live side by side in peace, security, and dignity. The Netanyahu government has made it clear with their words and actions that they reject a two-state solution. while illegal settlements and violence in the West Bank are on the rise. Canada does not recognize permanent Israeli control over the West Bank, East Jerusalem, or Gaza. We must see progress toward Palestinian self-determination. We need a ceasefire and sustained humanitarian aid. All hostages must be released. Madam Chair, peace in the Middle East is possible, and the recognition of a Palestinian state is an important step toward it.
The honourable member for Ottawa, West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, this week I attended the launch of the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence at Ottawa City Hall, hosted by Grand Advocates, Interval House Ottawa, and the Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women. We joined together to light buildings in purple, including City Hall and the Peace Tower, to symbolize our determination to end violence against women. For the dedicated organizations and volunteers leading these efforts, activism is not limited to 16 days. It is 365 days a year. Our National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence and our Feminist International Assistance Policy provide funding to frontline organizations doing the hard work to support survivors and make real change. At a time when demeaning language and objectification of women is becoming normalized, we stand in solidarity to say this is not normal. Together we can end gender-based violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
The collective Western history of wealth creation has largely followed the history of energy densification. What do I mean? First, we cooked our food and kept ourselves warm with wood, then charcoal, followed by coal, fossil fuels, today's options of nuclear, and tomorrow's possibilities of hydrogen, etc. Each progressive fuel is denser and has less environmental impact. This government's focus on punishing our oil and gas production sector, coupled with a punitive carbon tax on consumers, is misplaced and bad environmental policy. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, what year did the world consume the most coal? It was last year, and this year we will break the record. LNG has half the GHG emissions of coal, and the world wants cleaner burning, affordable Canadian LNG. Instead of using the wealth generated by clean LNG to fund our own energy transition, this government has given Canadians a carbon tax, which makes us all poorer and virtually no impact on the world's GHGs. We will axe the tax and sell the world cleaner fuels that will lower global...
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, last week I was proud to announce funding to two excellent organizations in Surrey that are helping our veterans. BC Yukon, Royal Canadian Legion Foundation, and the Legion's Veterans Village received $9 million to help our veterans facing homelessness with access to housing and wraparound services. While the opposition talks about program cuts, our government is there for our veterans and the groups that support them. And just last month, Pacific Can announced $3.8 million to Health Tech Connects, a bioscience company based in Surrey, which has developed NeuroCatch, a brain imaging device that leads to more accurate diagnoses of concussions and head injuries. Thanks to the federal funding, Health Tech Connects will increase its operational, sales, and operational capacities to create 40+ highly skilled jobs. Madam Speaker, this is a tremendous illustration of our government's commitment to continue to strengthen Canada's economy at home and around the world.
The honourable member from Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government, our borders are in alarming disarray. The Liberals are imposing chaos, and Canadians are paying the price. This Liberal Prime Minister decided to open Canada's doors wide in 2016 without any controls. The result? A broken immigration system, growing border tensions, and now threats from the U.S. with damaging tariffs for Canada if the government doesn't do more to secure our borders. Criminals have taken control, with networks of smugglers charging upwards of $5,000 per person for illegal crossings. The Liberal government has failed in its fundamental responsibility to protect our borders and guarantee the security of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. They deserve a strong Prime Minister who will take concrete action to defend Canada's interests and restore order at our borders. The security of Canadians can wait no longer. It's time for this Liberal government to offer security is the only thing they really want, elections.
For Portage Lisgar.
Last night, the leader of the NDP voted to put his pension over his country, propping up the Liberals once again. Remember when he ripped up the NDP's coalition deal with the Liberals, saying that they were, quote, too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people? It was nothing but a stunt, Madam Speaker. The truth is, the NDP leader supports everything this Prime Minister does. He supports the carbon tax, voting for it 24 times, making it harder for Canadians to eat, heat, and house themselves. He supports the Liberals' inflationary deficits, voting to fund waste like the Prime Minister's Arrive scam app. And he even supports their hug a thug policies that have led to crime and chaos in our streets. It's time to stop the madness, Madam Speaker. Every day this Prime Minister remains in power, it's because of the leader of the NDP. Canadians deserve better than this weak Prime Minister and their second-string NDP cheer squad. Madam Speaker, it's time for a carbon tax election.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Conservative Party of Canada has absolutely no shame. Think about unbelievable but true. They actually voted against a tax break for the holiday season.
Wow.
Now, this is the real burner on this issue, Madam Speaker. This is what the Conservatives said during the last election, quoting from their platform: to help families and help hard-hit retail stores recover, Canada's Conservatives will implement a month-long GST holiday. The leader of the Conservative Party then tweets, we will remove GST for a month of December. Madam Speaker, incredible. How do each and every one of them say, on the one hand, they're going to get rid of it, and then when it comes time to vote, one by one, they stood in their place and they voted against giving a tax break to Canadians, Madam Speaker. I say shame on each and every one of them. And by the way, Madam Speaker, how would you define hypocrisy?
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, we hear the Liberal government time and again expressing concern about the escalating dangers of nuclear weapons. But where are the necessary actions? Things are only getting worse. In the past week alone, Russia expanded its nuclear doctrine and tested a new missile against Ukraine. North Korea advanced its missile program with outside support, and Belarus became a nuclear host state. Canada's response? Vague statements of concern while clinging to outdated deterrence policies. But there is a solution: the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty has 98 nations already on board and addresses the humanitarian devastation of nuclear weapons. It's time for Canada to engage. At minimum, we need to send an official observer delegation to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons meeting in March 2025. Many NATO allies have already done so. Why hasn't Canada? Madam Speaker, New Democrats have always advocated for urgent nuclear disarmament and will continue to work towards a safe and peaceful future.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. If they say that faith lifts mountains, it's solidarity, brotherly love that help us climb them. On November 8th and 9th, Jérémy J. Fortin, an infantry sergeant in the armed forces from the municipality of Saint-Valentin, walked a distance of 100 kilometers, carrying a weight of 100 pounds on his shoulders, all in less than 24 hours. The goal? To raise funds for the Cancer Research Society in honor of his brother Jason, who is currently battling the disease. The challenge, which started in Rivière-à-Pierre, ended with an ascent of the 400 steps leading to the Plains of Abraham. This exceptional feat was a reflection of the fight against the disease, with the 100 pounds representing the burden that cancer sufferers must carry, and many hardships along the way. But it was surrounded by friends, family, his brother Jason, as well as lots of love that Jay completed the course, raising nearly $40,000 for the cause in the process. Congratulations, Jay, and thank you for being so inspiring.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, at their busiest time of year, the Prime Minister has just buried small business under a mountain of complicated bureaucracy. Only Liberals could dream up a policy where Pokemon cards are GST exempt, but hockey cards are not.
Right.
Train and Lego sets for kids are GST exempt, but train and Lego sets for adults are not. Physical video games are exempt, but downloadable games are not. Small businesses are being told to make these ridiculous assessments or risk paying hefty fines to the CRA. Canadians are calling for real tax relief. Liberals are defending an indefensible policy, but they're under strict strict orders to not step outside the party line. One Liberal MP who was threatened into silence said, "It says a lot about where our government is at right now, and it says a lot about some of the shackles that have been put around MPs. But Canadians know this says a lot about how bad things are after 9 years of this Liberal Prime Minister. So when will he finally call a carbon tax election?"
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, there you have it, Madam Speaker. The party that has been preaching for years about axing the tax didn't even have the ability to axe the tax yesterday. Yesterday, we saw a GST holiday passed in this House for Canadians over the hardest time of the year when it comes to stretching their wallets. But we shouldn't be surprised. The Leader of the Opposition, who, by the way, ran on this axing of the GST for 1 month in 2021, suddenly is able to control all of his members. As a matter of fact, one Conservative recently said, quote, "Everybody is being watched. What we say, what we do, who we talk to," end quote. I feel sorry for Conservatives, Madam Speaker. The reality is they're unable to vote on behalf of their constituents. We made a significant advancement yesterday in helping Canadians with affordability, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, when the time came to actually axe the tax, Conservatives...
Questions orales.
Oral questions.
The honourable member for Wellington, Walton Hills.
Madam Speaker, Statistics Canada just released data showing a sharp decline in per capita GDP last quarter. This is the 6th consecutive quarterly decline. This is a made-in-Canada per capita recession caused by government that stubbornly refuses to listen to everyone from the Bank of Canada to private sector economists. So when will the government start listening to the experts, heed common sense, and start cutting taxes on investment, energy, and income to save Canadians from this collapsing economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
GDP per capita is one measure, and the Conservatives continue to raise it. So let's focus on it for a moment, Madam Speaker. Our country's GDP is in fact growing. On that measure, though, specifically, we exceed GDP per capita by leaps and bounds compared to the UK, to France, and Japan, Madam Speaker. That is World Bank data, and that is IMF data. On the issue of tax cuts, which the Conservatives love to talk about, Madam Speaker, yesterday they had an opportunity to cut taxes for Canadians, all Canadians, and they said no. They showed who they are, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, last month, National Bank said GDP per capita has fallen by about 4% cumulatively since 2022, which is unprecedented outside a recession. And now the economy is threatened with 25% tariffs that the Chamber of Commerce says could shrink Canada's GDP by another 2.6%. The bigger decline in GDP would come from this government's policies, not for potential tariffs. That's because of its tax hikes on investment and income. So when will the government reverse course, start cutting taxes on investment and income to save Canadians from this collapsing economy?
Madam Speaker, it seems like the member was not in the House yesterday, because actually it's interesting, his question, but the real question that Canadians have in their mind, all those watching, why would the Conservative vote against a tax cut, Madam Speaker? Imagine a tax cut. You know what Canadians are talking about is affordability, affordability, affordability. Yesterday, they had the opportunity to show to Canadians that they are their voice in Ottawa. But what we saw yesterday is that they're the voice of their leader in Ottawa, Madam Speaker, voting against a tax cut at a time where families need support.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, that was a tax cut on consumption, not investment and income. Madam Speaker, U.S. Border Patrol has released alarming data. CBS Boston reported on November 11th that a total of 155 suspects on the terror watch list were encountered at the southern U.S. border in 2024, but double the number were encountered on the northern border and arrested 361. And now Canada is threatened with 25% tariffs because of illegal border crossings. What is this government's plan to protect our borders, our trade, and Canadians from terror?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Madam Speaker, our plan is very simple to tackle affordability. That's what we did yesterday, Madam Speaker. We offered a tax cut to Canadians at a time where they need it. But what is shameful and what is on the mind of every Canadian, the question is, why would the Conservative vote against a tax cut? Madam Speaker, I'm sure people are watching at home and they say, they must have been missing something. What's happening to the Conservative? We say, axe the tax, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, they had a chance not to do slogan, but to do something for Canadians, and they failed miserably. Madam Speaker, Canadians need a break.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, after 9 years, this Prime Minister's economic vandalism is the biggest risk for Canadian families. Today, StatsCan revealed that per capita GDP went down for a 6th consecutive quarter. This is a purpose-built recession in Canada in per capita GDP caused by this government's tax hikes and inflationary spending. Supported by the Bloc Québécois, this Prime Minister has caused the worst decrease in standards of living for Canadians over 40 years. He doesn't seem to have a plan. When will he finally trigger elections so we can elect a Prime Minister who does have a plan? The Honourable Minister, Madam Speaker, people watching at home will really wonder where this member across the way, where he was yesterday. Let me be clear, we do have a plan. It's to cut taxes, which is exactly the Conservative slogan, axing the tax. But instead, yesterday, we saw that Conservatives only have slogans, whereas we on this side of the House care about what Canadians care about, affordability, affordability, affordability. Yesterday, the Conservatives missed a great opportunity to show whose side they're on. And on this side of the House, Canadians understand that we know what families are going through. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the Conservatives voted against a temporary Band-Aid political maneuver. This is simple electioneering. This is handing out baubles, Madam Speaker. That's what we voted against. Yesterday, we learned that StatsCan has reported that Canadian per capita GDP went down for the 6th quarter in a row. This is a bleak reality. When will the Prime Minister put an end to this economic vandalism, trigger an election, so that we can actually axe taxes and elect a new Prime Minister who actually has a plan for Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, once again, my colleague is repeating the slogans that his leader has fed him. Our plan is to fundamentally help Canadians who need that help right now. They need financial assistance, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're axing taxes. Why is my Quebec Conservative colleague, why is he so against the idea of axing taxes? Why did he vote against it? Why did all his other Quebec colleagues vote against this idea? Quebecers know that the federal government is here for them. And that's what we're doing, especially during the holiday period. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the Quebec government just wrote to the federal government to ask them to abolish the religious exception, which enables hate speech to be made on grounds of religious belief. Quebec is tired of Ottawa's inaction, which is leading to greater tension in Montreal and which encourages speech that may lead to violence. And luckily, the Bloc Québécois has just tabled a bill which would abolish the exception on religious grounds. There should be no valid excuse for encouraging hate, including religious grounds. Will the minister finally do something? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, we completely understand the numbers and data about the increase in hate in our society, whether in Quebec or the rest of Canada. It's very concerning. We need to take action to fight hate. And I am looking forward to working with this member, with the Bloc Québécois and the government of Quebec in order to do something about hates. We are simply asking, with the help of the Bloc Québécois, to be able to stop being stuck in this House so that we can actually turn to legislation and fight hate. The Honourable Member. Well, whatever politicians claim to want to do to reduce hate speech will not actually help as long as Ottawa doesn't have the courage to ask for the religious exception to be abolished. Only the Bloc Québécois is asking for this. Hate speech is supposed to be a criminal offense, period. Tolerating it on religious grounds actively harms our societal well-being. Liberals have a choice. They can continue to support this kind of hate speech, or they can support the Bloc Québécois legislation. Will they make the right choice? The Honourable Minister. What I'd like to say about fighting hate speech is that we currently have on the table here in the House Bill C-63, which does also touch on hate speech in the Criminal Code of Canada. So if the Bloc Québécois wants to make those changes in the criminal code, there's already a way forward in this House. And if they want to work with us to promote that bill, I will be very happy to cooperate with them. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite. Madam Speaker, this government is allowing its own Crown Corporation to attack workers. Canada Post has laid off striking workers, which is an illegal and brutal method for trying to get them to back down. This is disgusting. This is a violation of workers' basic right to strike. These workers are fighting to protect good jobs and decent wages. The minister needs to step up and call Canada Post back to line. Will the Liberals do something to defend workers' rights? Or will they let Canada Post take brutal action against workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the government knows that this labour action will have significant, severe effects on millions of people. No one wants this strike, Madam Speaker. We know that there are many organizations, charitable organizations in this country that count on Canada Post during the holidays. And we know that the most severe impacts will affect remote regions. So we would encourage both parties to keep working together to resolve this issue.
Madam Speaker, this government has once again allowed its Crown Corporation to walk all over workers. Not only did Canada Post illegally lay off striking workers, they also cut off the medical benefits for people like Marc Caron, who has cancer and now has to pay thousands of dollars for medication. This is despicable. It's intimidation and it's a violation of workers' fundamental right to strike. So what does this minister have to say to Marc Caron and the thousands of workers who've been abused by Canada Post and this Liberal government?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On this side of the House, we know that the best deals are always made at the bargaining table. The special mediator has suspended mediation services, and the Minister has asked both parties to go and create new proposals that will work and get back to the table, bargain, because Canadians are expecting them to come back and make a deal that works for all. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years, we're seeing this NDP Liberal government's economic vandalism in real time with new data from Statistics Canada today. Real GDP per capita fell 0.4% in the third quarter in 2024. Per capita GDP has fallen now for 6 consecutive quarters. This is a made-in-Canada per capita GDP recession caused by the NDP Liberal carbon tax housing crisis and job-killing, investment-killing capital gains tax hike. The Prime Minister doesn't have a plan. Will he get out of the way for a Prime Minister who does?
Yeah! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Housing.
Inflation, Madam Speaker, is back to normal levels. Unemployment levels in this country are around historically low levels. That member continues to talk about GDP per capita like all of them do. On that measure specifically, which has been roundly criticized by economists as not presenting a fair economic picture, but let's look at it. We exceed the UK, France, and Japan. And yesterday, they had a chance to vote for a tax cut for Canadians, and what did they do? They did what they always did. They voted on the opposite side. They don't care about the middle class. They don't care about everyday Canadians.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, what that member opposite does not want to talk about is that the new GDP data represents the worst standard of living decline in Canada in 40 years. The Canadian dollar is the lowest it's been in 5 years. And more costs to Canadians are on the way with the new U.S. administration wanting to put a 25% tariff on all Canadian exports. The Prime Minister's response? To hike taxes, like the carbon tax, which will be going up on April 1st, which will make the cost of everything go up. The Prime Minister doesn't have a plan. Will he get out of the way for a Prime Minister who does?
Yeah! The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I think Canadians respect principle, but they have challenges with duplicity. I know that member to be a strong advocate of small businesses in this country. I know that because she herself is a small business owner. In the past 7 days, we've had the Canada Carbon Rebate apply to small businesses in the terms of thousands of dollars, which is tremendous. Last night, we had a vote in this chamber about axing a tax which reduces the GST on the small businesses that member defends constantly in this chamber. I just don't understand the duplicity when she can't find her conscience and vote in favor of a tax that will help businesses in BC and right around the country.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
While the U.S. economy roars, real GDP per capita in Canada falls. It's a made-in-Canada recession, and these NDP Liberals have presided over the worst standard of living decline in this country in 40 years. Food bank use at records never seen before. Now the United States is going to hit us with a 25% tariff. And what's their plan? It's to raise taxes. This NDP Liberal government is going to raise their job-killing carbon tax. This Prime Minister doesn't have...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, he talks about our relations with the United States. I remember back when I was first elected in 2016, what did we see with the rise of Donald Trump in the United States? We saw a government that was there for Canadians, and we saw a Conservative Party at that time that was telling the government to capitulate, Madam Speaker.
Right.
We will not do that. We will stand for everyday Canadians, as we always have. On the issue of what happened yesterday, they don't want to talk about it, but let's talk about it. It is very, very critical to note yet again that they turned their back on Canadians. They voted against a tax cut. Years ago, they've done it again. Middle-class tax cuts, they were against them.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Let's talk about a record of this failed government that doesn't have a plan to address the 25% tariffs that are going to be imposed by the U.S. government. That is, except for this NDP Liberal Prime Minister to introduce his carbon tax being raised again on April the 1st, along with a host of other taxes. Poverty is up. Food bank use is up.
That's right.
Mortgage costs have doubled. Rent has doubled. If this Prime Minister doesn't have a plan to fix what he has broken, will he get out of the way for a Prime Minister who can fix it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister for
Madam Speaker, our trade relationship with the U.S. is of utmost importance, and it's a key priority for our government. What Canadians want to know is where the Conservatives were last night with their axe. They did not vote in favor of axing the tax. On this side of the House, Liberal MPs stood strong with Canadian families and voted to axe the GST for 2 months so Canadians can save up to 13% in Ontario. That means prepared food, children's toys, diapers, car seats, board games, puzzles, video games, and other essentials will be much less expensive over the holidays, Mr. Speaker. Why won't the Conservatives stand with Canadian families?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West, Saskatoon University.
New data has been released, and it's bad. Canadians' economy is on life support. It's so bad that Stats Canada just reported our economy is collapsing. 6 consecutive quarters of GDP per capita decline. The United States is eating our lunch. Their economy last quarter increased by 2.8%. In Canada, 0.3%. Not 3%, 0.3%. Canadians are going broke, and this Prime Minister doesn't have a plan. When will he get out of the way for a Prime Minister that has a plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Let's stick to the facts, Madam Speaker. Over 10 years of Stephen Harper, we saw debt to GDP per capita grow by $1,810 over almost 10 years. After 8 years of this Liberal government, we've seen it grow by over 11,000, Madam Speaker. Not only are we better for economic growth in this country, we're also introducing mechanisms that are really leading to affordability for Canadians, like PEI's new school food program. We introduced one in Ontario last week and PEI this week, Madam Speaker. And just yesterday, every Conservative had an opportunity to vote to axe the tax.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
New damning data has been released, confirming the results of 9 years of economic vandalism by the NDP Liberal government. We got the worst decline in living standards in 40 years. Consumer debt has hit an all-time record high, and today we learned the GDP per capita fell again for the 6th straight month. Americans are threatening a 25% tariff, and this Prime Minister doesn't have a plan. When will he get out of the way for a Prime Minister who does?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The question's actually been answered on a number of occasions, but I want the member to reflect on what happened yesterday. Yeah. Remember the Conservative Party and the leader? They go across Canada. They say, we're going to do you a favor. We're going to axe taxes. For the first time, they get a chance to vote on the issue, Madam Speaker. And what do? They abandon the principles. They demonstrate what hypocrites really look like, and they voted against a tax break break for the holiday season, Madam Speaker, even though during the last campaign they campaigned in favor of it. How would you define hypocrisy, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, this temporary GST holiday will help everyone except those who need it the most, because low-income households will not actually save on food, which isn't taxable. Same thing for their hydro bill, rent, the telephone or internet bill. None of their basic expenses will be helped by this measure. The Liberals and NDP are subsidizing people who actually have the means, while ignoring families who will have to once again tighten their belts over the holidays. Isn't that unfair? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, on this side of the House and throughout Quebec, we still don't understand why the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives voted against this measure. Why they voted against this GST reduction, which is so important for families, so necessary for Quebecers. And which is not the only program, because we have other incredibly important programs, such as dental care, which the Bloc Québécois also voted against. We are here for families. We are here for the most vulnerable Quebecers as well, and we will always help them. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, this GST reduction will not cover any of the main expenses of these low-income households. That's why they're going to need help over the holidays. But for people who love fine wine, there is a silver lining here. If you win the auction for a Romanée Conti bottle from the legendary year 1945, which is worth around $700,000, well, you'll get $35,000 back from the Liberals and NDP, which is essentially the average after-tax income of Quebecers. What kind of a measure is this, seriously? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague across the way. But the Bloc Québécois promised Quebecers that they would represent their interests in Ottawa, and yet yesterday the Bloc Québécois betrayed Quebecers. At the very time when Quebecers are talking about affordability, at the very time when Christmas is coming up, at the very time when we need to help families, the Bloc Québécois said no to the needs of Quebecers. It's scandalous. And Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always be there to help families and to help Quebecers.
Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, Canada's economy grew at a rate nearly 10 times slower than the economy of the United States last quarter. And this week, U.S. President-elect Trump announced that he was considering a 25% tariff on all imports from Canada. This would be devastating to our economy because we export more goods and services to the United States than to the rest of the world combined. Madam Speaker, what is the government's plan to prevent these economically devastating tariffs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we have had 4 months of consecutive job growth, 1 million new jobs since before the pandemic, 20 straight months of wages outpacing inflation, and we have delivered $50 billion in auto investment that's creating thousands of jobs in this country. Conservatives, their track record, they lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs, and last night they delivered a kick in the teeth for working families, voting against a tax cut that we delivered. We'll be there for workers. All they do is deliver words.
Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, it sounds like this government has no plan to deal with the United States, and Canadians continue to get poorer. Today, Statistics Canada reported that Canada's GDP per capita has declined for 6 quarters in a row. The situation will only get worse if the U.S. follows through on its threat to impose a 25% tariff on all imports from Canada. Madam Speaker, since this Prime Minister has no plan to deal with the United States, will he get out of the way for a Prime Minister who does?
Yeah, way to go, Mike! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it is this government that has a clear track record to work with the Trump administration. In 2016, we've worked with them. In 2018, we renegotiated NAFTA when the Conservatives repeatedly asked us to capitulate. We'll continue to stand up for Canadian jobs, Canadian workers, and we'll continue to be at the table with a Team Canada approach, with premiers, with stakeholders across the table. But what I really want to know is every party leader in this House has security clearance except for the leader of the Conservative Party. When will he get his security clearance and join the Team Canada effort?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Madam Speaker, earlier this week, the Finance Minister said that all is well with the Canadian economy. It's Canadians that just aren't feeling that good. It's a vibe session. But new economic data has just released from Statistics Canada and has now confirmed a sixth quarter with a decline in GDP. Add to that an incoming U.S. administration threatening 25% tariffs across the board. If this Prime Minister doesn't have a plan beyond bad vibes, will he get out of the way for...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Inflation is back to normal levels because of the economic stewardship of this government. Unemployment is at historically low levels as well. Madam Speaker, they continue to talk about economic issues these days. Let's talk about it, but let's look at their record. We cut taxes for the middle class. They were against it. We did that twice, in fact, and twice they were against it. We cut taxes for small businesses. They were against it. During the worst years of the pandemic, we put forward emergency measures to support small businesses. They were against it. And last night, we introduced a tax cut for every Canadian, and they were against it. They talk out of both sides of their mouth, Madam Speaker. They are not serious.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Madam Speaker, this government is just not serious. Canadians are facing a made-in-Canada per capita GDP recession, and the NDP Liberals have overseen the worst standard of living decline in Canada in 40 years. But what's the Liberal plan? Quadruple the carbon tax, increase housing taxes, and implement a capital gains tax increase. That's without a 25% tariff in place yet. A 2-month tax trick won't make those bad vibes disappear.
That's right.
Since the Prime Minister doesn't have a real plan, will he get out of the way for a Prime Minister who will?
Wait, no, Terry! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think the Conservative photocopier must be out of toner because they've asked the same question 15 times today, Madam Speaker. I'll say it again. Under GDP per capita, Madam Chair, under Harper, it rose by $1,800 in a decade. In the last decade, under this Liberal government, it's risen by over $11,000. I hope your batteries on your calculators are okay. $11,000 is more than $1,800. But yesterday, the Conservatives all had the opportunity to vote to axe the tax, and they didn't. It's because they don't care about affordability for Canadians. They only want to axe the tax so it helps their wealthy oil and gas donating friends.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
People in Nunavut are desperate for relief from high sky food prices. Infant formula is upwards of $80. People even feel that every time there is Jordan's principal funding, the Northwest Company increases the price of food even more. Shame. People are pleading to the Liberals, but all they offer is another study. Oh. When will this government stop supporting corporate greed and finally help to alleviate poverty?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And just recently, the Prime Minister was in Prince Edward Island and announcing our school food program, which is going to put, on average, about $800 in the pockets of the people that are affected. In Ontario, we just had it done last week. It joins Manitoba and Newfoundland in helping hundreds of thousands of kids. And I can tell you, we look forward to all provinces and territories signing up for this program because it goes hand in glove with our GST.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Liberals claim they're committed to reconciliation, but their actions don't match their words. They said they'd fix the Indigenous infrastructure gap, but it's only getting worse.
Shame.
With piecemeal funding that deliberately obstructs self-determination. Indigenous communities have been saying they need reliable roads, homes, airports, and marinas. But the Liberals, they're always letting people down. Always. Why do the Liberals keep failing Indigenous peoples and underfunding their infrastructure?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question, and it's an important one. And our government is committed to closing the infrastructure gap by 2030. Since 2016, we've put more than $25 billion in terms of infrastructure, which has meant more than 9,000 infrastructure projects in Canada for Indigenous people. We're going to continue to work towards reconciliation. We're going to continue to work towards closing the infrastructure gap. And on this side of the House, we continue to be committed to reconciliation.
Absolutely. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Madam Speaker, families in my riding of Sudbury are worried about the added costs of the holiday season. They're seeing inflation and interest rates come down, but they're not really feeling that in their household budgets or at the cash register. What is the government doing to help families in Sudbury?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, that member is the daughter of a coal miner. She grew up in a working class household. She later became the executive director of community living for Greater Sudbury. She understands, Madam Speaker, the everyday challenges of working people. She's always fought for them and she'll continue to. She understands yesterday why it was so important to put forward the tax cut that we did. This will help families. This will help workers across the country, something that Conservatives don't understand. Think of that young family especially who wants to go out to eat, who wants to buy that car seat for their growing family. All of that is GST exempt now for 2 months.
Wow. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
This government has no border plan and no immigration plan. While the minister's busy rage tweeting and name calling, he has no answer for how to manage over 3 million temporary residents before the deadline, no strategy for removals, and no serious border enforcement measures are in place. The minister's antics are not just embarrassing, they're reckless, risking chaos at our border and straining relations with our closest allies. So, will the immigration minister quit his histrionics and present a Canada First plan to fix the immigration system he broke?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public
Madam
Safety.
Speaker, let's talk about the Conservatives' record when it comes to the border. They slashed over 1,000 jobs from CBSA, even when they were warned that that would be an increase of human trafficking, drugs, and guns into this country. What else did they do? They cut 600 officers from the counterterrorism unit that eventually had to be pulled from other departments within the RCMP because their mismanagement was so bad, and it left officers off the line of duty for things like organized crime.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, the government didn't answer my earlier question on a very serious issue, so I'll ask it again. U.S. Border Patrol released alarming data. CBS Boston reports that 155 suspects on the terror watch list were encountered on the southern U.S. border this year, but 361 suspects on the watch list were arrested on the northern border, more than double the number. And now Canada is threatened with 25% tariffs because of illegal border crossings. So what is the government's plan to protect our borders, our trade, and Canadians from terrorism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'll tell you our plan. Our plan is to invest in our border services agencies, unlike what the Conservatives did. They cut over 1,000 employees from CBSA and have the nerve to try and lecture us about border management. They cut over 600 employees from the RCMP dealing with counterterrorism. And what had to happen? Those members had to be brought in from other departments within the RCMP just to make up for the mismanagement of border services and counterterrorism under the Conservatives. Our plan will be
the Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, everything is broken. For over a century, there was a consensus on the importance and value of immigration, yet that is being placed at risk by this government's incompetence. By December of next year, 3 million visas will expire and individuals will need to obey the law and voluntarily leave Canada. The problem is, there is no way to ensure that they will leave. My question is simple. What is the Prime Minister's plan to enforce and ensure the rule of law so that people who need to leave Canada actually leave?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Immigration is a key to growing our economy and strengthening our communities. Canadians want a robust and sustainable immigration system that sets Canada and all who come here up for success. And the Level Plans is doing just that. We are reducing the number of temporary and permanent residents in short to alleviate pressures on housing and infrastructure. These measures will achieve long-term growth and ensure a well-managed, sustainable immigration system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, the hope that someone leaves Canada is not a plan. My own community has 4 international border crossings. Cross-border visitation and tourism have been a strength of our region, yet that is all being placed at risk because of this government's incompetence. We have 3 million expiring visas in Canada by the end of December next year. Without a plan, many of those individuals may attempt to cross the border illegally into the United States. So again, what is the government's plan so that people who need to leave Canada actually leave?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you want to talk about incompetence. How does the member who represents a border town actually talk to his constituents about the fact that the Conservative /600 RCMP employees from dealing with counterterrorism had to pull those employees from other places like dealing with organized crime? How does that member talk to his community about the fact that they cut over 1,000 CBSA agents under their time, which led to an increase of human trafficking, drugs, and guns right into his community?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, EU. No government should spend public money to buy votes. But even if the Liberals weren't doing that, it would be inexcusable to give $250 checks to couples earning $300,000 a year while leaving out retirees. 40% of Quebec retirees receive the Guaranteed Income Supplement. That's more than 700,000 people. We refuse to believe that people like this are rolling in cash. If the Liberals insist on their terrible check-sending idea, will they at least include low-income retirees? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is anything but consistent. Yesterday, they voted against measures to reduce the GST. At the same time, they voted against the reduction of the pension eligibility age from 67 to 65. They voted against the GIS for seniors. They voted against an OAS 10% boost. They voted against all sorts of measures for seniors, so they are anything but consistent. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, EU. For months now, the Liberals have been insisting that a $3 billion investment to increase old age security for seniors 65 to 74 would cost too much. They say there's not enough money to help seniors. They don't have $3 billion for our seniors, but they found almost $5 billion to send out vote-buying checks to people who earn $150,000 a year. Clearly, it's not a question of money. It's a question of priorities. We care about seniors. Why do the Liberals only care about buying votes in the next election? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like my colleague to look her constituents in the face and tell them where the Bloc was when the government reduced the pension eligibility age from 67 to 65. Our government set up a dental plan for Canadians. Over almost a million Quebecers are eligible for it. People in her riding benefited from this plan. When she goes back to her riding, she ought to look her constituents in the face and tell them she voted against seniors and against the dental plan.
Madam Speaker, Canadians were shocked to see footage of a violent carjacker shooting at commuters. And of course, this individual was out on bail. The rate of violent crime in Canada has gone up 50% since this Prime Minister took office. Gun crime has gone up every year since this Prime Minister has been in office. And according to a report just released by the Fraser Institute, Canada's rate of crime is 14% higher than in the United States. When will this Prime Minister reverse his hug-a-thug policies?
Yeah, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, what we've seen in the last 24 hours in Toronto is completely unacceptable and terrifying to the people in the city that I call home. We need to take action strictly and strongly on exactly what is happening in Toronto. The federal bail law is very, very clear. If someone is at a serious risk of reoffending, they are not to be given bail. I'm going to cite Premier Ford because his reaction was correct. He said, quote, "It's ridiculous. These JPs, these judges need to start keeping people in jail. We need tough judges and tough JPs when it comes to crime. People are fed up with it." That includes people in this House, Madam Speaker. Canadians are fed up with what we're seeing.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, this is ridiculous. These guys have been in government for 9 years.
Yes.
What happened yesterday is a direct result of their policies. Auto theft, Madam Speaker, is up 45% since 2015. In Toronto, it's up 328%. This is a direct result of this government's failure on bail and failure on crime.
Yeah.
Gun crime is up 116%, Madam Speaker. Homicides, 28%. When will this government, when will they step aside so Conservatives can crack down on crime and bring home safe streets for all Canadians?
Yeah.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, with respect to being tough on crime, the critical piece is the administration of justice at the level of the province. And I want to point out what Premier Ford just said. He talked about JPs and provincial court judges, both of whom he appoints. What's really illustrated for this from that member from Nova Scotia is that in his very province, JPs who decide things like bail have to have legal training before they're appointed. That is an example of best practice in our federation. That is not the practice in Ontario. If we're going to improve the quality of the justice being rendered, we need to ensure people like JPs deciding things about serious risks of reoffending have legal training in Ontario the way they do.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, after 9 years of crime, chaos, and disorder, the legacy of this NDP Liberal government's radical, soft-on-crime policies is in tatters. This Prime Minister's hug-a-thug recklessness has caused violent crime to surge, and Canadians were shocked to see a violent, armed carjacking on our streets. It's time to put Canadians' safety first. When will this government admit their failure, crack down on violent repeat offenders who are spreading deadly drugs and violence in communities, or better yet, just get out of the way so Conservatives can get the job done?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, the people that decide to arrest an individual are police. The people that prosecute the bad guys are provincial crowns. The people that render the decisions are provincially appointed JPs and provincial judges. The people that run the jails for people to be placed in when they're denied bail are provincial detention centres. All of those relate to the province. The province needs to do its part, invest in the resources for cops, crowns, JPs and detention centres so we can keep Canadian cities safe.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-South Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, in my riding of Kitchener-South Hespeler, the Housing Accelerator Fund is being praised by municipal partners, nonprofit housing providers, and my constituents who are seeking options for affordable and accessible housing. The fund will provide over $40 million to Kitchener to fast-track the construction of over 1,200 new homes over the next 3 years and more than 37,500 homes over the next decade. A few weeks ago, the Conservative leader announced his plan to cut this funding for Kitchener and communities across the country. Can the minister explain the cost of Conservative cuts?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Madam Speaker, I want to begin by thanking my honourable colleague for her advocacy, which helped secure $42.4 million for Kitchener to help the city build more homes quickly. Madam Speaker, the city is already moving on ambitious zoning reforms, changes to permitting processes that make it easier to build homes, near transit, near services, near opportunities. It's exciting because they're moving forward with new projects, adding hundreds of social housing units for low-income families, and taking part in an extraordinary initiative in partnership with Habitat for Humanity to build 10,000 homes at a half price in the region in which the city is located. The Conservative Party plans to cut this essential program, which will only...
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Canada's closest ally and largest trading partner is threatening crippling 25% tariffs, yet this Prime Minister is simply too weak to stand up for Canadians and defend our economy. Worse, his radical Environment Minister is in denial and declared at committee this week, quote, "Of course we're going to continue with the carbon tax." Not satisfied with just punishing Canadians here at home, now he's even plotting a global carbon tax on international shipping that will jack up the price of everything. How much pain do these NDP Liberals need to inflict upon Canadians before we can have a carbon tax election?
Yay! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate.
He's making stuff up, Madam Speaker. This is coming from an MP that sent homophobic mail to an opponent to households during an election to attack an opponent. This is coming from an MP who published a deep fake video and a misinformation campaign that caused the London Free Press to say the same tactics are being mirrored on a larger scale by Russian disinformation campaigns. This is coming from an MP who has said axe the tax in this House so many times I can't count it, and yesterday he voted to keep the tax on. He voted against a tax cut for Canadian families. Nobody believes him, Madam Speaker.
No one believes you.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Incredible skills at distracting and deflecting, and he may take Canadians for fools, but they see the difference between a temporary 2-month tax trick and real permanent tax relief. While our largest trading partners threatens devastating tariffs, their radical Environment Minister is hell-bent on quadrupling his carbon tax, and he simply wants to destroy our energy sector. So why won't the Prime Minister just stop this madness and call a carbon tax election so Canadians can choose between a 2-month temporary tax trick and axing the tax for everyone on everything forever?
Yay! The Honourable Minister of Housing.
These guys are all tax and no acts, Madam Speaker. Think about it. Last night, they literally voted to keep a tax on Christmas. We are moving forward with a tax cut to relieve families of the burden of the cost of things like car seats, diapers, groceries, clothing for their kids, and gifts over the holidays. Madam Speaker, what's worse, they're also talking about cutting the programs that families rely upon for housing, for dental care, for health care, to make life more affordable. The Conservatives are going to cut programs. The government is going to cut taxes.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, for 9 years now, the Liberal government, its inflationary taxes, and its red tape have been smothering our businesses. The unfair application of the harmonized sales tax laws is now forcing RV dealers in Quebec to pay Ontario taxes on products sold in Quebec. The result? Thousands of jobs at risk, businesses under pressure, and all this to pay a tax that the CRA will just end up giving back. Madam Speaker, when will the Liberal government cut its useless red tape and stop penalizing Quebec businesses? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am aware of the file that my colleague referred to. We are examining it. The current procedure applies to every sector in Canada. So we are looking into changing it. We will be having that discussion with the Minister of Finance, but it's a complex file because this approach applies all across the country to every sector.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Madam Speaker, good news for Canadians. Our government has declared a GST holiday on groceries, snacks, and clothing and gifts for kids, all exempt from the GST starting December 14th. An immediate lift for all Canadians as they celebrate the gift of Christmas. Could the government share why this deserves support from all members of this House, especially Conservatives, who all ran on the idea in 2021 but turned Grinch last night and whose hearts are still 3 sizes too small?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, he was a broadcaster in his community, well in touch with that community, covering everyday stories, so he's well placed to raise this matter. It is very true. Last night we cut taxes for everyday people, for all Canadians, on so many items. And Madam Speaker, we know it's an important time because this is the most expensive time of year for workers, for families, for Canadians. And what do we see in the January months? Anyone who's worked in retail or restaurants or sectors like that knows that January offers a bit of a lull. But this offers stimulus. People will go back out there and get involved in the economy. The Conservatives, they're not serious.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women has called out Canada's slow progress to end the ongoing genocide against Indigenous women, girls, and diverse gendered people. The Liberals are failing to implement the calls for justice from the National Inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, failing to end forced sterilization, failing to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous women in penitentiaries. When will the Liberals stop violating the human rights of Indigenous women, girls, and diverse gendered folks and uphold international law?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, I think we all agree that we need to do more to address murdered and missing Indigenous women in Canada. That's why one of the key budget items in the last budget was a red dress alert. We're listening to stakeholders. We're following the good practices, like in communities like Nova Scotia that are showing how to do this. We know that this can be we can do better on this, and our government continues to be committed to doing so.
Good job.
Good job, Jaime.
And that brings to the end oral questions. Je vois l'honorable député
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean on a point of order. Madam Speaker, we have consulted amongst ourselves, amongst parties, and we consider that there is unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House offer its support to journalist Daniel Renaud of La Presse, who has a price on his head by members of organized crime, that remember that the work of journalists is one of the pillars of our democracy, and that it must be exercised without fear of reprisal or threats to the physical or moral integrity of those who practice it.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'on...
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say no.
La Chambre a entendu les longues...
The House has heard the motion. That all those opposed, please say no. Carried.
That's it. Daily routine of business. Affaires courantes. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member of Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So today I'm proud to table 2 petitions supporting Bill C-319, supporting my colleague from Shefford, the goal being to put an end to injustice, inequality, and discrimination for those that are over the age of 75. 91 people have supported this petition, and I hope that it will be carried today because we owe it to Canadians. Tabling of petitions.
Questions on the... désolé, l'honorable député de...
I apologize, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Bouchard. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to table a petition today, number 45-1, a petition on Le Kit Verchères. I've already tabled a digital petition on this topic, but now I am showing that we have on-paper signatures, and I hope that this will receive a positive response. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. Question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. The Honourable Member for London French. Apologies, I have to read something first. Je désire informer la Chambre que le volume...
I would like to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will be reinitialized.
The Honourable Member for London French always rising on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm rising on a matter of privilege as it relates to last night's proceedings. The appropriate letter was submitted to your office earlier this morning pursuant to Standing Order 48-2. I am rising at the earliest opportunity, having had a chance to review the statement the Speaker made earlier today, as well as doing the necessary procedural research. The Speaker, Madam Speaker, we appreciate the ruling and the guidance provided earlier today, but I also believe this matter rises to the threshold to be considered a breach of privilege and a contempt of this House. As you noted this morning, House of Commons Procedure and Practice states in Chapter 3, page 643, during the taking of a vote, no member is permitted to make any noise or disturbance from the time the Speaker begins to put the question until the results of the vote are announced. The standing orders are also clear. Standing Order 16-1 states, decorum when the Speaker is putting a question. No member shall enter, walk out of, or across the House, or make any noise or disturbance. But this is more than a point of order. What happened last night clearly amounted to contempt. Even leading up to yesterday evening, there has been an escalation in the opposition lobby and in this chamber in terms of the levels of toxicity and unacceptable behavior. On multiple occasions, this behavior has been raised and has gone unaddressed. Even yesterday, earlier in the day, there were times during the votes when members had to scream in the lobby in order to be heard by their colleagues and staff as a result of generally disruptive behavior from the Conservatives. As the final vote approached, we knew this behavior would be intentionally escalated in order to disrupt the vote. We identified this expectation directly to the Speaker and to the table. Nothing was done. When the vote did take place, even with an earpiece, I was unable to hear my name and the names of my colleagues as they were called for the vote.
That's right.
As Deputy House Leader, this is critical to my job and to the functioning of this place. And why were all of these actions taken? Because there was a deliberate and concerted attempt to intimidate members on the basis of their vote. As you know, the reference books are clear that intimidation of members could rise to a contempt of this House. House of Commons Procedure and Practice states in Chapter 3, page 111, in order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, members should be able to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. Assaulting, threatening, or insulting a member during a proceeding of Parliament or while the member is circulating within the parliamentary precinct is a violation of the rights of Parliament. Mango's parliamentary privilege in Canada, Chapter 12, is even more explicit on page 230 that any form of intimidation of a member with respect to the member's actions during a proceeding in Parliament could amount to contempt. These actions aren't just intimidation, they amount to a disrespect of this place. Canadians expect members of Parliament to debate and disagree vigorously, but we need to uphold a standard of conduct. House of Commons Procedure and Practice Chapter 3, page 135 states, parliamentary privilege holds members responsible for acting in character with the function they fulfill as elected representatives, disobedience to orders of the House, and actions such as intimidating persons are offenses for which members can be reprimanded. Mr. Speaker, the disrespect shown to this place disrupted members, staff, and pages, leading to a toxic environment and an unsafe workplace. As was noted in your ruling this morning, I was on my feet immediately after the vote in order to raise this matter right away. I believe that I had your attention and would be recognized. My caucus mates were yelling for me to be heard, and members of the table were visibly bringing to your attention the fact that I was on my feet. As an officer of an official party, it is completely unacceptable that I was not accorded this fundamental right to intervene. And it didn't end there. After we adjourned, I approached the chair to ask how this could have been allowed. As I tried to address this with you, Conservative members of Parliament continued to call me names, harass me, and attempted to bully me. How can I do my job if Conservatives yell personal insults as I try to talk to the Speaker? To be harassed and intimidated while doing a fundamental part of my job as Deputy House Leader, and indeed a Member of Parliament, is beyond acceptable. Finally, I will bring to your attention a ruling by one of the Speaker's predecessors, the current House Leader for the Official Opposition, on December 6, 2011. Demonstrations are not part of the accepted standard of decorum in this chamber, not in the galleries by visitors to the House, and not on the floor by members of the House. Even brief applause, which has been tolerated at times when a particular member is rising to vote, is being acknowledged for his or her contribution to an initiative, is never encouraged. In fact, Standing Order 16.1 states, when the Speaker is putting a question, no member shall enter, walk out of, or across the House, or make any noise or disturbance. I repeat, or make any noise or disturbance. This rule has traditionally applied until the results of the vote are announced. Clearly, sustained applause during a vote is out of order and should not happen again. And that's just applause. That doesn't even come close to what happened last night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the actions last night went well beyond the line drawn by the member for Regina Capel, and in my view, amounts to a breach of privilege. They had an impact on my ability to do my job, on the ability of my caucus mates to do theirs, and on the political and non-political staff who ensure this place operates in a way that is befitting of what Canadians expect. I understand the Conservatives have had a bad week. They've spent the whole week justifying their vote against a tax cut. They were clearly unhappy, and that was visibly escalating throughout the day. But we are seeing a dangerous pattern where acts of harassment are escalating. Gentle pleas and reminders aren't enough. Members need to be protected in this place. What happened last night amounts to a contempt of the House. I believe normal debate should be set aside as members debate what happened and how it was allowed to happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job.
Je remercie l'honorable député.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for what she shared, and on the same topic, I'd like to recognize the honourable member from Calgary-Noisy.
On this point of privilege, I have several points to make for your consideration in response to some of the items that were just raised by my colleague from the NDP. First of all, Chair, she stated that she was not afforded the right to intervene. I was here, and what I saw happen was that the Speaker saw the government House Leader who adjourned debate. So the Speaker chose to adjourn debate, and debate was adjourned. So let's start with that. So from what I saw, the Speaker followed procedure in that point. Now, if my colleague had wanted to tell the Speaker that there was an issue, she had plenty of time to, send a page over or talk to somebody and say, hey, we'd like to have a point of order. From what I saw, that didn't happen. So that's something that should be, I do believe that procedure was followed last evening, one. Second of all, as you're considering this point of privilege, there's a bit of a story that wasn't told. My colleague was talking about harassment. What I watched unfold after the House was adjourned was that my colleague, who's just raised the point of privilege, walked very aggressively and assertively towards the chair and took a very aggressive posture at the chair. Okay? Then another one of her colleagues followed. Then her and two other of her colleagues approached in a very aggressive posture two of my colleagues who were seated. There is video evidence of this, which was legally obtained because the House was adjourned. We are prepared to share that, post that, or table it with you. But what I saw, since my colleague raised harassment, was 3 NDP members standing with a very aggressive posture, almost with hands in the faces of my colleagues, who then had to de-escalate the situation. So if you are going to consider harassment in this case, then you also must consider what happened by the member who just raised this after the House. It was completely inappropriate. Now, I also want to say that this colleague was the one who was feted in the Hill Times for raising a pledge on decorum and asking parliamentarians to take the heat down. In that situation, she had the ability to show leadership, but instead what we saw was an aggressive march up to the chair. You see the body language of the chair kind of holding back. And then we had NDP members stand over 2 of my colleagues in a very highly aggressive, highly conflated way. So please take that into consideration. The third thing is, I also want to say, I fundamentally disagree with the characterization of what happened in the House last night. The reality is I believe there was close to 100 members of my caucus, the Conservative Party, who changed their travel plans to stay here to express the displeasure of their constituents, many of them small business owners, who understand that what we were voting on last night is going to have a detrimental impact on their small businesses. Many of our constituents vehemently oppose what the government did last night. And if my colleague wanted to bring the light and not the heat in this point of privilege, she wouldn't have ascribed motive to us at the end. Did you note? I want you to note, Chair, that at the end she closed her point of privilege with a very partisan remark, that Conservatives were only here to harass and intimidate because we had a bad week, because we were voting against an atrociously bad policy that this government has heard. It's been derided by virtually every group across every political stripe as an act of desperation. So the fact that she, in her point of privilege, closed it with a partisan argument in and of itself belies that this is not a point of privilege at all. What this is what I saw last night, and that you need to consider, Speaker, is that there was 100 members of the Conservative caucus here who were standing in force in terms of standing up for our constituents. And us expressing that the frustration of what people across the country are feeling right now should not be allowed to be whitewashed by a member saying that her feelings were hurt. That is a breach of my privilege and my ability to stand here in this place. I have a lot of respect for all colleagues in this place. I'm being heckled by them right now as I'm making this point. And they just said, that's right, you are. So again, what the NDP is doing is proving their hypocrisy on this point. The last point I want to make is this, is that if you are going to consider this a breach of privilege, Speaker, that I need you to go through every instance of the time that the NDP have mercilessly heckled other members of this House. Now, I understand, Speaker, it might be difficult for you to sometimes hear this. They are at the far end of the House. But I sit over here and I hear it every day. I usually let it go because I understand that this Parliament is now at a point where it is extremely dysfunctional because we have the Liberal government refusing for weeks after weeks after weeks to reflect the will of Parliament and hand documents over. I understand everybody's frustration in this place. but that does not mean that we don't have the right to respect our constituents' wishes and explain it as such. That's not a breach of privilege. That's exercising our privilege, Speaker. And just because the NDP only had 3 or 4 members in the chamber last night on such a critical motion, and just because they chose, Speaker, to support the government yet again, instead of fighting against disastrous policy after corruption scandal, after the worst, Canadians want an election. And if the NDP are feeling the heat because of their choices to keep propping this corrupt government up, then that is something they have to live with. That is not a breach of privilege. That is a choice in which they are facing consequence. I will not stand here and have my motive and my ability to speak be questioned by the NDP because of their questionable choices. And there is no precedent that has ever been made by the Chair that suggests that that is something that I have to experience. So, Chair, I would just ask all members in this place, out of respect for everyone, to bring the light and not the heat. There are so many matters that are in front of this place right now that have material impact on the lives of Canadians, that to suggest that it is a breach of privilege to have to listen to others in this place express the displeasure on behalf of their constituents for what the government did, that's wrong. That is not in the spirit of the place. And if there's a ruling that suggests otherwise, I suggest that is a breach of my privilege and the 120,000 Calgarians that I represent. Thank you, Speaker.
Je remercie l'honorable député sur le même sujet.
Thank you, the honourable member. On the same subject, the honourable member of Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on this point of privilege, I would like to express, since this has been brought forth, what I saw and experienced last night. And as my honourable colleague had said, you know, I witnessed the Speaker. We had just ended. His eye went to the government House Leader, and then we adjourned. And that's what I saw. I also did see the NDP member from London, Fanshawe, come literally storming up to the Speaker's chair in a very physically and verbally aggressive way. After that, when members were telling that member to calm down because it was obviously very inappropriate and unprofessional, she lashed out and attacked many members. In fact, calling members saying that they were intoxicated, that who don't drink, very at all, for many reasons, very inappropriate. And then she proceeded to come over to this desk right here, which is my desk. I felt physically intimidated. I was actually in shock. I hardly said anything because I was so in shock by what was going on. Both that member and the member from Edmonton Griesbach and Port Moody Coquitlam came to this place in my space here, yelling at a colleague of mine, referencing to stand back, even though that colleague hadn't moved. And they were actually in this space. I feel that my privileges were infringed on. I felt I've never in my professional career have experienced anything like that. For the level of aggression and unprofessionalism that was occurring, I was quite shaken last night, actually. And you know, further to that, with respect to votes. I've been in this place listening, in particular to the NDP members, during many votes that we have had, very aggressive, heckling, yelling, shame, like very loud and aggressive, and we take it in this place. And you know, for them now to be bringing this forth during what was a confidence vote last night, you know, I've heard many of these members for hours on end sometimes. Completely saying comments that are meant to provoke, and are meant to make members feel like they're not representing their constituents and to shame people for how they're voting and representing their constituents. And so we see this all the time from the NDP, and I'm not sure if it's because they're just frustrated with the fact that, you know, here they were in this this agreement that then was ripped up. They don't have that level of control anymore, and yet now they're still continuing to support the government in confidence votes. So they're in this situation that maybe they're frustrated with. Maybe they can't conceptualize, you know, how they're dealing with this. But I just want to make clear that, you know, that what occurred last night after we rose was very from the NDP was very intimidating, was very, you know, I actually got up I was packing up, I got up, I stepped back because I actually felt so physically threatened. You know, when you've got people that are rushing at a colleague and right in my space, coming right over to my desk, touching the desk that I sit on, it was something I have never experienced. And so I hope that you take that into consideration, Mr. Speaker, as you're working on this. And I also hope that you'll you know, really think about this, and because I feel that my privilege last night was taken where I should be able to work in a safe place. I should be able to come and represent my constituents, vote, you know, the way that I believe my constituents want me to vote, without having this level of intimidation that occurred last night. And so I hope that you take this into consideration as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie l'honorable député. Toujours sur la même question.
Thank you. On the same topic, the honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
I'd like to make just a brief intervention on this, if I could, to follow on the points from the member for Colonial Lake Country and the member for Calgary Nose Hill, who spoke well to the facts of what occurred last night. Now, I'll say that some of, in your consideration of the evidence, can be found on the Parleview feed with the member for London Fanshaw's storming of the Speaker's chair, and the Speaker, of course, will be able to attest to the volume of that exchange, which was after the chair had declared that the House had been adjourned. Now, for my part, Chair, there was, you know, the House was adjourned. There was a fair bit of volume in the House. And the member for London Fanshawe made an utterance that was not true with respect to another honourable colleague. And I requested that they apologize, and that was rebuffed. And I insisted on it. I sat in my chair, and the member for London Fanshawe, the member for Port Moody Coquitlam, the member for Edmonton Griesbach, and the member for Vancouver East all came to my seat and leaned over top of me. Now, during this exchange, of which there are multiple videos that the official opposition can make available to the chair, you will see that there are hands being put in my face, that there is obvious agitation on the part of those four members, and there are very few words offered by me in that exchange. Now, when the member for Port Moody Coquitlam made a statement about me that was false, I did simply say, you know, that's also, you know, not true. Now, this continued until the Sergeant-at-Arms instructed those four members to disperse. And I'll say, while these four members aggressively and loudly and over the top of my desk while I was seated, they continued, and I remained seated, with very, very few words offered in response. During yesterday's proceedings, during the proceedings of the vote, the chair will know that at no time was his eye drawn to me for disorder, And at no time was I raised as having been, having contributed to any of the matters that were raised by the member for London Fanshawe. But to have a situation where we have a member raise a question about their privilege being violated and about harassment in this place, when that member storms the Speaker's chair, which just can't be accepted, made a falsehood about another colleague, and then was just simply asked, with no accusations or personal attacks, to just apologize for that, and a refusal, but not a discussion, but an inexplicable amount of vitriol that was unleashed on me and the member for Kelowna Lake Country while we were seated, and we said nothing in response. Now, perhaps we should have, but the situation needed to be de-escalated, and I'm appreciative that the Sergeant at Arms did what he did in dispersing these members. Speaker, you'll also know that while the Speaker then returned to the chamber to speak with me about what had occurred, I was still seated in my seat. And the member for London Fanshawe could be heard using a raised and aggressive voice outside of the chamber while we were still inside. Now that's really important to add some of the context to what everyone was experiencing in that moment. Now, Chair, I'm not sure how you'll rule on this matter. I can tell you that there's a fair bit of evidence that members of the official opposition can provide you.
Point of order, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, there really should be limits to producing alternative realities and ignoring the facts. Conservative members are currently speaking about remarks that have nothing to do with the question of privilege that was tabled by the member for London Fanshawe. And what they're talking about has already been ruled on by the Speaker this morning. The Speaker made a statement this morning about the very remarks that they're talking about. These are unfounded attacks. I will read the Speaker's ruling. I wish to take a few moments to address another situation that occurred after the vote. After the announcement of the result,
Je demande à tous les députés un peu de...
I would like to ask for some decorum.
Donc, l'appel au règlement relevait du débat.
The honourable member can speak to the question of privilege when the others have finished. So currently, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
La parole sur la question de privilège.
Who was speaking to the question of privilege. I will let him conclude.
Speaker, there is a significant amount of evidence that can be offered by members of the official opposition in the form of video, that's not offered with any form of partisan context. It will simply provide an unbiased accounting for what occurred. I'll close with this. It's important that when there's an accusation of harassment in this place, that it be taken seriously, but also that the real context of what unfolded be understood and be appreciated, because certainly all of the details that I've provided to you are true, but they're also incredibly important, and they paint a real picture about perhaps the sincerity that's being used in the offering of this point that's been raised by the member for London Fanshawe. Thank you, Speaker.
Je remercie l'honorable député. Évidemment,
I'd like to thank the member. I'd like to remind all members rising on this question of privilege to try to get directly to the substantive matters here. I would recognize the Deputy Leader of the Official Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What occurred yesterday in the House is unacceptable. It's unacceptable on a number of levels. The fact that a member from any party, for them to directly intimidate a member of the lobby staff of another political party, the member for Vancouver East yesterday, and this is what has not been raised. This was what was not mentioned by the NDP Deputy House Leader, but that person actually used their position and authority to demean and bully a staff member of the Conservative Party and official opposition. And I think that this needs to be raised. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. What the Conservative member is talking about has absolutely nothing to do with my colleague for London, Fanshaw's point of privilege. So I'd like to ask him to come back to the matter that is currently on the table and not try to divert the matter and talk about something else. The Honourable Deputy House Leader of the official opposition could perhaps come back to the heart of the matter of privilege that's being discussed. Of course, there is latitude that is granted by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the NDP member must be very embarrassed about what his colleague for Vancouver East did. But I would remind him that it is his colleague, the Deputy House Leader of his own party, has touched upon the matter in the very speech. And so I'm perfectly within my rights to speak about what happened in the lobby. The aggressiveness of the member for Vancouver East was such that the NDP staff lobby member had to physically take hold of her and remove her from the Conservative portion of the lobby so that she would stop her behavior towards the Conservative staff member. Many of us witnessed this. So, Mr. Speaker, when I think you become aware of the fullness of the facts, I would invite you once again to accept the invitation that my colleagues have made while describing this event. I would ask for the production of the videos from after the mace was withdrawn from the House of Commons, so that you can get a very clear and precise idea of what happened based on the fullness of the facts and the evidence that has been brought to your attention. Madam Speaker. With my colleagues, like the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, I find it extremely unacceptable that my colleagues, like him, be bullied by 4 members of another party who go to his office to cast invectives towards him, say all sorts of falsehoods, and talk about things that never happened. Madam Speaker, I would ask you to show prudence in this matter. I would ask you to look at all the facts and to acknowledge that what we witnessed yesterday was a display of uncontrollable frustration on the part of the NDP, which seemingly was regretting its vote to prop up this government once again. I think that the chair has heard enough of this matter. This will all be placed under consideration. The chair will return to the House if necessary on this matter. All in due course. Orders of the day.
Reprise du débat sur une motion de privilège traitant du non-respect d'un ordre de production de documents relatif à la technologie du développement durable Canada.
Resuming debate on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
Of questions and comments to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. I believe the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound is rising on a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a simple question, or more of a comment, to the member from Winnipeg North. I want to congratulate him. He has now spoken over 300 times on this exact point of or parliamentary privilege debate, 10 times more than I believe any other member in the House of Commons. So he's contributed quite a lot to the debate. So my question to him is a question of fairness. Does he think every member in the House should have the same privilege and opportunity to speak to this bill as much as him? And if he doesn't think we all should have the opportunity to speak over 300 times, does he think, 150 times, 100 times, 50 times? I just want a number, how much he thinks or how fair it should be to every member to be able to speak to this parliamentary debate, this specific motion, to represent our constituents.
Merci beaucoup. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Interesting question, Madam Speaker. I would recommend that the member review Hansard and take a look at my thoughts in regards to parliamentary reform, whether it's dual chambers or the potentials of using Fridays in particular, and how we can ensure that every member is afforded an opportunity to be able to address virtually all and any issues. I think that there's a great deal of merit for it. I am a parliamentarian first and foremost, and that is the reason why in my role as a parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader, a part of that means holding opposition to account for their behavior. And you'll find that out of those 300 times, I think the member's counting, I don't count, but I can assure the member that what I am in part doing is trying to get the official opposition to be accountable for their irresponsible actions. That's why I've highlighted the fact that what we're witnessing is actually borderline contempt of Parliament. And I don't say that lightly. I've been a parliamentarian for close to 35 years. I'm not too sure. I don't really know the actual number. It'd be around 35 years. And the type of abuse of authority and of power, even when the leader of the Conservative Party is in opposition, Canadians should be concerned about that, Madam Speaker, because at the end of the day, that this is my time's run out. I'll respect that fact and wait for my next question.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Fondala.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. And I would like to ask the member from Winnipeg North, in his opinion, why is the Conservative Party stopping this chamber from doing its work over the last several weeks, if not 2 months now? And I really find this very challenging, and it's frankly appalling. It is halting our democracy from doing the work that it needs to do, and that is something I think deeply concerning as we talk about democracy, foreign interference, and the protection of these touchstone values. And so first on the issue of why are the Conservative Party stopping our democracy by halting this chamber? Second, why is the Leader of the Opposition not getting a security clearance? Is he running away from something? Is there some question mark, some shadow in the closet for an interference, something of that like? Why is
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from the Parliamentary Secretary, and he's posed it in two ways. The first one is in regards to what about the process that we're witnessing. People following the debate need to understand that what we're actually debating is a motion that ultimately the Conservatives introduced that takes the issue and says it should be dealt with at PROC. Yet they have now put up literally hundreds of speeches, not interventions, like the member opposite made reference to me on interventions. They've actually put up hundreds now of speeches on the issue, Madam Speaker, and by doing that, they're preventing the House to be able to deal with a wide spectrum of issues. One of those issues that the members make reference to is the issue of foreign interference, and he posed the other question in regards to why it is that the Leader of the official opposition has not agreed to get the security clearance. I personally believe, Madam Speaker, it's because he has something that he's hiding from his past, and he's scared that by getting that security clearance, Canadians will find that out. We need to find that out, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lanark. Kingston, yes.
I am fascinated by that recent comment. There might be something in the Leader of the Opposition's past that is, if he gets a security clearance, gets to see it, is required to not speak about it, will somehow become public. I don't see how that works. This is a terrible secret which is known to the Prime Minister, something which is a scandal, something which is terrible. The Prime Minister, who leaks regularly from this classified information, hasn't shared it with anybody. What on earth is the member in his parallel universe talking about?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask the member to follow the ball here. Okay, what we're talking about is that every leader of the House of Commons actually has.
What's the horrible secret he's hiding?
No, before we go to the point, can I ask the honourable member to allow the Parliamentary Secretary to answer?
Could I ask the member to say something nonsensical?
Can we ask? Everyone has the right to answer what has been asked of them. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre on a point of order.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. You know, he's having, I don't know what riding he's from, I will remember, he's having a really hard time controlling his toxic masculinity. And I know, certainly because they use sexist.
I'm going to start a debate on this. I have already ruled the honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston will have to allow the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to answer. And there will be other opportunities to contest or diverge from the opinions of one another. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member does have to contain himself. Having said that, Madam Speaker, just so the member really has an understanding, the leader of the NDP, Bloc, and Green all have the security clearance which enables them to deal with the issue of foreign interference. The only leader in the House of Commons that has chosen not to get it is his own leader. Now, Madam Speaker, it begs the question, why? I believe that there is something in the past with respect to the leader of the Conservative Party that's preventing him from getting that security clearance. The member that he's sitting by will tell you that I've raised, I think he said about a couple hundred interventions. This is nothing new. I've been raising this issue for weeks now. I would encourage the member to listen in terms of what's taking place. And while
questions and comments, the honourable member for Edmonton, Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, the many, many speeches he has in this place, the many, many wisdoms he bestows upon all of us that I'm sure we can all argue and debate in the fact of the truth of them. But I do agree with him on one critical fact, which is the fact that the leader of the official opposition will not get his security clearance. He won't get his security clearance likely because perhaps, and maybe the member can clarify, he's implicated in that process. If he was implicated in that process, maybe it would be convenient for a leader to be shielded from that reality. If he is shielded from the truth, he can have willful ignorance. Is that the case in this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, think about it. It wasn't that long ago where the Conservatives were jumping up like jumping beans in their seats asking in the issue about foreign interference. They were questioning it all the time. And then all of a sudden, the leadership of the Conservative Party has been interfered with potentially from foreign interference. Oh, and by the way, there's Conservatives now that are being allegations of foreign interference and how quickly they have been silenced. And now, Madam Speaker, we wait for the Conservative Party leader to actually do the honourable thing and get the security clearance so that instead of protecting himself, we could be protecting the interests of Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that does beg the question as to why he is scared to get that security clearance. I believe, and I've been saying this for weeks now, it's because he has something in his past that he wants to hide.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my honourable member across the way. Earlier in his speech, he indicated that two past leaders of the Conservative Party left the party. You know what's interesting, and maybe he can help me understand this. We've been canvassing in the GTA, and I'm hearing the opposite about constituents that are saying to me that the Liberal Party has left them and they no longer feel comfortable that this Liberal Party can support them, and they want a carbon tax election so that our common sense leader can make things right and get rid of these Liberals once and for all.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, your brief answer.
Well, Madam Speaker, let's hear what Joe Clark, former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister. I think it's a party that does not respect the progressive traditions of the Progressive Conservative Party and consequently does not reflect the country. My party is over. That's Joe Clark. You have...
That is that. No more time. No more time. The honourable member will probably have the opportunity at a further opportunity. Resuming debate to the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I rise in this House to speak to the motion of privilege. In case anyone at home is confused about this, it's all about why we are debating this motion of privilege. Back in June, members of Parliament passed a motion which demanded that all documents related to this Sustainable Development Technology Canada be transferred to the RCMP for investigation within 30 days. The government did not do this. So, on our first day back in the fall, the opposition House Leader raised a question of privilege. The Speaker of the House agreed that the government ignored an order of the House. And again, they ignored your ruling, Madam Speaker. The government will argue that they did not ignore ruling and that they did, in fact, table the requested documents. However, what they tabled was 29,000 pages of black ink. Madam Speaker, the documents were almost completely redacted. What they have redacted, what have they redacted? Again, what have they redacted? What are they hiding? My colleagues and I have asked every day in this House for the Liberals to adhere to the orders of this House and turn over the reports of the House and turn over all the reports unredacted for the RCMP to investigate. To date, they still refuse. Why? Of course. The government is going to say that the Prime Minister's Department of the Privy Council Office has the right to redact documents. However, the Act actually says that if a body such as Parliament were to order the production of documents, the Privy Act cannot be used as an excuse to redact information. So let's go back a bit. Why did the House demand the documents of the SDTC be handed over to the RCMP in the first place? The Auditor General did an audit for 5 years of SDTC. She did a sample of only half of the transactions, 226 transactions that the board approved, and the Attorney General found, you're not going to believe this number, 186 of the 226 transactions were conflicted. In other words, 82% of all those transactions. This means only 18% were in good faith. Madam Speaker, I ask you, if your kids came home from school with a score of 18%, they would need to do some explaining. But what does that really mean? It means conflicts of interest. Well, it means that those Liberal board members in charge of distributing funds were meant to help Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technologies, funneled money into their own pockets. Why do I say Liberal board members? Because the chair of the board was handpicked by the Prime Minister himself, ignoring any kind of fair hiring process. Let's start. She approved with $390 million in funding for projects that had extremely disturbing conflicts. According to the Attorney General, the Liberals' Green Slush Fund handed out $58 million to projects without a promise that the contribution agreement terms were met. Another $58 million went to 10 projects deemed ineligible as they could not prove an environmental benefit or were not developing green technologies. Finally, there was a $334 million in over 186 cases where SDTC board members held a conflict of interest. And here's an interesting piece of information that my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's has shared previously. The Prime Minister's far-left, radical environmental minister is profiting from the Sustainable Development Technologies Canada. You may ask, how is this possible? Prior to his election, he was a paid lobbyist for a green technology investment firm called Cycle Capital. Cycle Capital is a venture capital firm whose investments received, are you sitting down for this, Madam Speaker? Over $200 million since it was created from the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Remember, these funds were approved by the Prime Minister's hand-picked board members, including the Environment Minister's longtime personal friend, André Lee Miteau. I hope I pronounced that right. Increasingly, André Lee Miteau is not only handpicked by the Prime Minister to sit on the board of SDTC, she is also the founder and owner of Cycle Capital. But wait, it gets even better. During her time on the board, companies in which Cycle Capital was invested received more than $100 million. Millions of taxpayer dollars. These taxpayer dollars inflated the value of Cycle Capital. Since this Prime Minister and corrupt band of merry men took office, Cycle Capital has grown from $200 million to over $600 million since the Prime Minister took office. So, let's connect the dots. Who benefits from a company whose value is inflated by taxpayer dollars? The shareholders, of course. And guess who continues to hold shares in Cycle Capital? The far-left radical orange suit wearing environmental minister. This is the very definition of a conflict of interest. As we all know, the tone of any organization starts at the top. And at the top of the Liberal NDP government, the tone is corruption. As my colleague from Lambton, Kent, Middleton stated the other day during her intervention, the government has a pattern of giving its friends hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars while shirking responsibility for all it has done to destroy Canadians' livelihood. She took us all on a walk down Scandal Lane as she revealed 68 of the Liberals' scandals. In my previous intervention, I listed some of these. This morning, I will mention a few more. I can't possibly list all of them, as I only have 20 minutes, Madam Speaker, but here's a few. The pressure put on the first Indigenous Justice Minister and Attorney General, Jody Wilson-Raybould, by the Prime Minister, get Liberal donor SNC-Lavalin off the hook, and for firing her when she refused to help with the cover-up. The people experience things differently response to the Prime Minister's groping allegations, the We Charity scandal, for which the Prime Minister paroled Parliament to escape scrutiny, the Prime Minister's assault on an NDP member of Parliament on the floor of the House of Commons, the export of personal protective equipment to China during a pandemic and giving hundreds of thousands of dollars in ventilator contracts to Liberal Party insider Frank Baylis, the fake charges against Mark Norman, the illegal invocation of the Emergency Measures Act, and the fabrication of reasons to justify its illegal use, the trampling of Canadians with horses and the seizing of Canadians' bank account, the Winnipeg lab scandal, and the Public Health Agency tracking scandal, the rampant abuse of staff in the office of the then Governor General, who was appointed by the Prime Minister, the $100,000 Governor General private jet parties, the Liberal connections with illegal casino magnates, the vaccine delays, the Prime Minister's racist costumes on an official trip to India, his racist blackface costumes, the mass airport delays and cancellations, the decriminalization of hard drugs, the over 72 secret orders in council, the Liberals diplomats attending a party at the Russian embassy during the Ukrainian war, the minister who gave a $17,000 contract to a Liberal alleging media firm, the efforts to obtain unwarranted border searches of electronics, the restrictions of online free speech, the $11 million renovations to the Prime Minister's cottage, the $8 million barn built at Hagerton Lake, a Jamaican vacation that cost taxpayers at least $162,000, the increase of the carbon tax during an energy crisis, the misinformation to Canadians about electoral reform, the skipping of the first National Day of Truth and Reconciliation so the Prime Minister could go surfing in Tofino. That's funny. The elimination of mandatory minimums for gun offenses while going after law-abiding firearms. The Prime Minister's party in Scotland while Canadians were under lockdowns. The failed reforms in the ATIP system. The contracts awarded to the government employees without proper bids, such as those with GC Strategies for the Arrive Can, or should I say the Arrive Scan app. The Liberal cover-ups of foreign interference. The compromised Liberal MPs who continue to sit in the House of Commons. The Bernardo and Magnotta prisoner transfer. That's a huge one, since 75% increase in women's violence in this country due to their misguided laws. The former Nazi scandal invitation and recognition in this House of Commons. The delay in recognizing the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We have skyrocketed debt, skyrocketed inflation, skyrocketed addictions, and skyrocketed overdose deaths. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, everything is broken. He has skyrocketed the debt to the point where we are spending more on the interest of the debt than we do on health care. He has skyrocketed the cost of groceries, sending more than 2 million people per month to food banks. He has skyrocketed crime with his catch and release bail and the elimination mandatory minimum sentences for major crimes. Auto thefts up 200%, violence against women up 75%, and his legalization of hard drugs has seen the pop-up of drug dens near children's school and playgrounds and have caused a massive number of overdosed deaths. And now we have the Liberals' attempt to bribe us with our own money in a form of $250 check to those who earn $150 net income. I repeat, net income, meaning after tax dollars, but nothing for those who truly need supports. Here's what they forgot to tell you. They will borrow more cash and print more money, which by their own admission will lead to higher inflation and devalue our dollar. More borrowing means interest rates are likely to stay higher for longer. We are already seeing evidence of this in the bond market. Borrowing more means your kids and grandkids will foot the bill. This is simply short-term gain for long-term pain. Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister is so confident in his economic policies, why doesn't he let the people decide and call for an election? He can run on his failed economic ideology, while common sense Conservatives will run on our common sense plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and yes, Madam Speaker, stop the crime. Axing the tax will permanently lower the price of gas, groceries, and home heating. We will build the homes by axing the sales tax on new homes, sparking a 30,000 extra homes built each year and effectively lowering prices. Madam Speaker, yesterday the member from Winnipeg asked why they should listen to the self-serving leader of the Conservative Party. I really hope that member would take some time to reflect on his own party and the actions of his leader. He may come to realize that if the Liberal leader, the Prime Minister, who is self-serving, as evidenced by the list of growing scandals designed to line his pockets and those of his friends. It is the Conservative Party who cares about Canadians, all Canadians, and not just powerful insiders. Perhaps he and all members on the other side of the House will eventually realize that the words coming out of their mouths do not match the actions of their party. They have spent millions of dollars, millions and millions of taxpayer dollars on their friends, while Canadians struggle to make ends meet. Just imagine the good that $400 million could have done, the deserving lives it could have changed. And I ask this, is it not the very definition of self-serving to ignore the ruling of this House to provide documents which could self-incriminate? Once again, the members on that side of the House like to project their character flaws onto us. As their popularity plummets in the polls, they continue to gaslight Canadians. What they don't seem to realize is that Canadians have had enough. Canadians need a common sense plan that puts Canadians first. Common sense Conservatives will put Canada first. We will build our military and secure our borders. Madam Speakers, Canadians want a Prime Minister with the brains and backbone to stand up for this country, a leader who knows how to play chess, not checkers. In other words, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, Canada first, Canada always. It's time to stop the corruption, axe the tax, to help all Canadians, and call a carbon tax election today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to Honourable Member's speech. She did mention about the economic policies, so I have a question. The economy, Canadian economy is improving. The inflation has come down to 2%. Interest rates have been cut 4 or 5 times. With the changing, though the economy is changing for good, the lingering effects of high inflation and high interest rates are still affecting Canadians, and the government is taking steps to help those Canadians in need. I would like to ask 2 things. Why did she vote against the government's measures cutting down the sales tax so that it can help Canadians? That's number 1. Second, I would like to ask her, from her proposal, why is she not telling Canadians that they are not going to receive the Canada carbon rebate that they are getting now if her proposals get approved?
Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm a little concerned about those questions because let's look at the facts. The facts are they're bribing us with our own money, number 1. Number 2, if they feel that they have done such a great job for Canadians, can they explain to Canadians watching today why over 2 million Canadians have to use the food banks? My grandfather came here in 1950 and food banks weren't even in existence. And you know why? Because people could work and pay for their own groceries without having to depend on food banks. We need to take this country back, and the only way we're going to do it is with the common sense leader of the common sense of the common people for the Canadian people.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for their speech. So 2 things I'd like to point out from the speech. Firstly, it talked about the $250 check that would be distributed to those who make up to $150,000 net. That's about $270,000 equivalent per year in Quebec. So the government plans on sending these checks to those who make less than that amount, but is excluding those who are more vulnerable, who don't have a job. We can think of those who are seniors or with a disability, for example. And then there's this GST rebate for 2 months that excludes, again, the most vulnerable households. And this excludes the tax on heating, electricity, internet, rent is already not taxed. So I think that they really need to target those who need it the most.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. That is an excellent point. I just want to say a few things. First of all, we have a food bank called the Sidam Food Bank that I happen to frequent and assist in many, many different ways. He serves 4,000 seniors every single month by delivering food baskets. In 1 month alone, he delivered 5.42 million meals. That is unheard of in this country. We need to ensure that we do help the most vulnerable. Now, let me ask you another question. Do the members of this Parliament need that $250? No, because you know why? They're bribing us with our own tax dollars. And what's going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. It's going to shoot up inflation, and we're all going to have to pay for it, including the most vulnerable. We need to get back to the basics. And the basics are we need to stick to a budget, because as the Prime Minister says, the budget balances itself. He needs a lesson. The budget doesn't balance itself. It's our responsibility to ensure that we budget.
The
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech. I think that Conservatives are forgetting that the measures were voted on yesterday, even though they're not perfect, will remove taxes on things, toys for children, diapers, food that is being pre-made, such as sandwiches. It seems that the Conservatives only want to cut taxes on CEOs and large companies that are making millions of dollars in profit. But the NDP has tangible measures. That's the dental care program, for example. And so many Canadians have already received dental care through this program. So I would like to see commitment to maintaining this dental care program that will support their constituents throughout the country.
Madam Speaker, the $250 are our tax dollars. We're going to have to be paying it back. As far as the members claiming that he wants to help people that need the money, why is it that there's all of us that will be receiving the $250? We don't need it. It should go to the people that need it. And those are the people with disabilities. Those are the people like the seniors who can't even afford to feed themselves, who are going to food banks. I know by volunteering at a senior's home that I have done so for over a decade, I hear it day in and day out. And when I speak to my seniors in my community, they don't understand why their taxes continue to go up, why their utility bills continue to go up. Why? Because of this carbon tax. Madam Speaker, the only way to bring these issues to light is to reduce and get rid of the carbon tax. Call a carbon tax election now. Let the common sense Conservatives, with our common sense leader, lead this country back.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech today. Certainly in my riding, and I hear mostly from seniors that actually watch what's going on here in the House of Commons, and the one thing that I get asked continually is, what about us? What have we done? Why are we forgotten? It's continuous. And now we've seen another package. They're not going to get the $250. They're upset. But I guess the question I want to have to my colleague as being the Minister for Seniors, what could we do with all these scandals and all the money that's out there? What could we do to help seniors in our ridings and across Canada when you look at the amount of wasted money that this government's is spending the last little while?
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
And I'd like to thank my honourable member for that question. And I visit seniors on a regular basis, and I'm hearing exactly the same thing from this member in my community. Recently, we were canvassing in the GTA, and the seniors that I met were very upset. They're now looking at either leaving their homes and trying to live either with their children or find an encampment because they can't afford to stay in their home. And we all know, anyone that has volunteered with seniors knows, when you move a senior out of the environment that they're accustomed to, they don't survive. And that is the sad reality of this Liberal mismanagement of money and funds that has caused this inflationary situation that we all face here in Canada. Madam Speaker, my seniors and the seniors that I've spoken to in this country have all said the same thing. We need a common sense Conservative to lead us back to the way things were. So with our leader, that's going to happen. Call an election and we'll make it happen.
Honourable Member for Pierre-Fond-Doran.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the member opposite, and I'd like her not to evade the question, to know why her leader will not get security cleared. Canadians want to know this. I want to know this. Maybe she has the answer for her leader to answer why he isn't getting security cleared. It baffles me. Anybody who serves in this parliament should be ready and willing to personally be security cleared, especially party leaders. So I'd like to know, without any evasion, why is her leader not being security cleared?
A point of order from the honourable member from Rimouski-Naget. Madam Speaker, I would like to know if we have quorum.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oui, on a exactement le quorum.
Yes, we have exactly quorum.
Député de King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has to release the names to Canadians so that we can tackle the situation and discover who is involved with foreign interference. He's the only one that can do it. Let's get it done.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam Port Moody Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, the member raises an absolutely true point. Seniors having to be dislocated and evicted from their homes is a death sentence for many, and it's happening with these financialized landlords. Enough people in my riding have come to my office to say they received an above-guideline rent increase, forcing them out of their home. Or, Madam Speaker, I've been in buildings that were getting rezoned where people in their 70s have asked me to find them a place to live. A nursing home, Madam Speaker, because they can't afford to live in these financialized, purpose-built rental buildings that they've lived in for 10, 20, 30 years. It's disgusting, and the Conservatives continue to protect those corporate landlords that are killing seniors by displacing them out of their homes. What does the member have to say about their terrible record on protecting financialized landlords?
That's right. The honourable member for King Vaughan, a brief answer.
Madam Speaker, seniors need our help. I agree with that. But what she fails to remember is that the Liberals, along with the NDP, have been in power for 9 years. They have done absolutely nothing to ensure that homes are built for our seniors, for our children, and for people that can't afford it. So maybe instead of the NDP voting with the Liberal, they should look into their own souls and decide what is right for this country. And I'll tell you what's right for this country, Madam Speaker, is a common sense Conservative to bring back our common sense for the Canadian people.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, never has so much effort been put into renewing Parliament as has been put into renewing it over the past decade. Over $5 billion is being spent on renovating Parliament Hill. The centre block, with its iconic Peace Tower, has been shuttered since December of 2018 so that this magnificent building can be restored. Tons and tons of rock have been blasted out of the Canadian Shield. Some 40,000 truckloads of rock have been removed to create a pit 75 feet deep for a new underground structure. The leaded windows in the building have been taken out and are being restored. The copper roof has been replaced. The stonework is being repointed. The woodwork is being restored, and the mechanicals in the building are being completely overhauled. Confederation Building has had its windows completely removed and restored, and the outside of the building has been cleaned and repointed. The outside of East Block has been restored. Its stonework has been cleaned and repointed, and the copper roof redone. Here in West Block, the quadrangle has been turned into an atrium which houses this glass chamber that we now sit in. The stonework looks as bright as the day it was laid over a century and a half ago. And while Centre Block is still undergoing its renovations, the buildings on Parliament are sparkling with new renovations. But Parliament is more than its buildings. The essence of Parliament is its procedure and practices, its privileges, its powers and immunities, its authorities. The buildings are secondary. But while the buildings gleam and shine, particularly at night, the authorities of Parliament do not. The $5 billion in renovations on Parliament Hill belie a Parliament that is unable to do its job. The $5 billion in renovations on Parliament Hill belie a Parliament that is unable to fulfill its constitutional role as a legislative and deliberative body that holds the government to account. A Parliament that is unable to deliberate about the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund because it is unable to get the documents related to that fund. A Parliament that is unable to hold the government to account because it is unable to get the documents about the Sustainable Technology Development Fund. Madam Speaker, let us start from first principles. Our Constitution is the supreme law of this land. The preamble in Section 18 of the Constitution Act lays out the privileges, immunities, and powers of this House. The beginning of the preamble reads, "Whereas the provinces of Canada, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick have expressed their desire to be federally united into one Dominion under the Crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, with a constitution similar in principle to that of the United Kingdom." Section 18, which was reiterated by Parliament itself in Section 4 of the Parliament of Canada Act, reads, The privileges, immunities, and powers to be held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Senate and by the House of Commons and by the members thereof respectively shall be such as are from time to time defined by Act of the Parliament of Canada, but so that any Act of the Parliament of Canada defining such privileges, immunities, and powers shall not confer any privileges, immunities, or powers exceeding those at the passing of such act held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Commons House of Parliament of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and by the members thereof. The preamble in Section 18 grants to the House of Commons the unfettered right to send for persons, papers, and records. The House of Commons has the unfettered right to order any and all documents. Its right to order the government or anyone to provide documents is absolute. Right. I quote from House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, 2017, edited by Mark Bosk and Andre Gagnon. No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers and records. Speaker Milliken also affirmed that absolute right of this House to order documents in his rulings of April 27, 2010 and March 9, 2011. Again, Madam Speaker, I quote from House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. By virtue of the preamble in Section 18 of the Constitution Act 1867, Parliament has the ability to institute its own inquiries, to require the attendance of witnesses, and to order the production of documents, rights which are fundamental to its proper functioning. These rights are as old as Parliament itself. The right to order the production of documents is as old as this place itself. The right to order the production of documents is fundamental to the proper functioning of Parliament. The right to order the production of documents is a constitutional power. It is an essential power for Parliament as a legislative and a deliberative body, so that we in this House can legislate, deliberate, and hold the government to account. There is no limit on the kinds of documents that can be requested. The only prerequisite is that the documents exist, that they are either in hard copy or in electronic form, and that they are located in Canada. These documents can be in the possession of government or of civil society or in the private sector. Again, Madam Speaker, I quote from Bosk and Gagnon. And while this passage refers to committees, it equally applies to the House as a whole. The standing orders do not delimit the power to order the production of papers and records. The result is a broad, absolute power that on the surface appears to be without restriction. There is no limit on the types of papers likely to be requested. The only prerequisite is that the papers exist in hard copy or electronic format, and that they are located in Canada. They can be papers originating from or in the possession of governments, or papers the authors or owners of which are from the private sector or civil society, individuals, associations, organizations, etc. The power to order documents is absolute. Nothing can impinge on the right of this House to order documents. Not unwritten conventions, not common law, not even statute law. I quote from the 42nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs of the 41st Parliament First Session. Since parliamentary privileges form part of the Constitution, laws must be interpreted and applied in a manner consistent with them. And where there is a conflict between privileges and statutory provisions, the statutory provisions are of no force and effect to the extent of the inconsistency. This constitutional principle is a fundamental postulate and organizing principle of Canadian constitutional structure and is clearly set out in Section 52(1) of the Constitution Act 1982 that provides the Constitution of Canada is the supreme law of Canada, and any law that is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution is, to the extent of the inconsistency, of no force or effect. The courts have recognized the special constitutional status attached to parliamentary privilege and the limitations it poses on their own jurisdiction and that of the executive. Madam Speaker, this government has failed to comply with an order of this House for the documents related to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund. And this is not the first time. In the previous Parliament, the government also refused to comply with 4 orders of the House and its committee for the production of the Winnipeg lab documents. Even though the House ordered the documents be handed over in secret under lock and key so as to prevent the release of information injurious to national security. And incredibly, in the dying days of the last Parliament, the government had the audacity to take the Speaker of the House to court to try and use statute law to defy our constitutional law. It was only after 3 years that the government recanted and handed over the documents to the House. 3 years. Let's compare this government's treatment of Parliament when it asks for documents with how other governments treat their national legislatures. In the United Kingdom, in the fall of 2018, the House of Commons ordered the government of then Prime Minister Theresa May to hand over a solicitor-client privileged document in its unredacted form. This was a legal opinion prepared by United Kingdom Attorney General Geoffrey Cox, who prepared a legal opinion for the Cabinet about the validity of the Irish backstop in the Brexit deal. The Prime Minister resisted handing over the document to the House, and the House subsequently adopted a motion holding the government in contempt, indicating that it had to hand over this solicitor-client privileged document. The Prime Minister complied with that order and handed over the document forthwith. Let's compare it to what happened south of the border when an individual refused to hand over a document to Congress. Steve Bannon refused to appear in front of a congressional committee and refused to hand over documents to that congressional committee. He was indicted on 1 count of refusing to appear in front of a committee and a 2nd count of refusing to hand over documents to a committee, and he served 4 months in prison for that refusal. That's how important the constitutional order in other democracies treats the right of a national legislature to get documents from the government or from individuals, from civil society. And that's why the founders of Confederation wrote the preamble to the Constitution Act 1867 and wrote Section 18 of that Constitution Act. Let's compare this government's treatment of Parliament with previous governments. In 1990 and 1991, during the government of Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, the Solicitor General refused to provide the Standing Committee on Justice and the Solicitor General with documents, citing privacy issues. The Standing Committee on Privileges and Elections concluded that the Standing Committee on Justice and the Solicitor General had the right to insist on the production of these documents and recommended that the House order the Solicitor General to comply with the production order. The House subsequently issued a production order to be presented, that the documents be presented at an in-camera meeting of the Standing Committee on Justice and the Solicitor General. The government complied with the order at the next meeting of the Standing Committee on Justice and the Solicitor General, and members of the committee examined the unredacted version of the documents. In 2009, during the government of Prime Minister Stephen Harper, the Honourable Ujjal Dosanjh moved the following motion, which was adopted by the House. That, given the undisputed privileges of Parliament under Canada's Constitution, including the absolute power to require the government to produce uncensored documents when requested, and given the reality that the government has violated the rights of Parliament by invoking the Canada Evidence Act to censor documents before producing them, the House urgently requires access to the following documents in their original and uncensored form. all documents referred to in the affidavit of Richard Colvin, dated October 5, 2009. All documents within the Department of Foreign Affairs written in response to the documents referred to in the affidavit of Richard Colvin, dated October 5, 2009. All memoranda for information or memoranda for decision sent to the Minister of Foreign Affairs concerning detainees from December 18, 2005 to the present. All documents produced pursuant to all orders of the Federal Court in Amnesty International Canada and British Columbia Civil Liberties Association v. Chief of the Defence Staff for the Canadian Forces, Minister of National Defence, and Attorney General of Canada. All documents produced to the Military Police Complaints Commission in the Afghanistan public interest hearings. All annual human rights reports by the Department of Foreign Affairs in Afghanistan. And accordingly, the House hereby orders these documents be produced in their original and uncensored form forthwith. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize what the order said. The House hereby orders that these documents be produced in their original and uncensored form forthwith. In other words, the documents about the Afghan detainees were to be released to the House and to the public immediately, without redactions, for the entire world to see, including the armed combatants fighting Canadian forces in Afghanistan. The order required the government to immediately and publicly, without any redactions and without any considerations to the injury that could result to the ongoing Canadian Armed Forces military operations in Afghanistan, to be released. Understandably, the Harper government was reluctant to publicly release the information. Speaker Milliken ruled that the House had an unfettered right to these documents, but also sympathized with the government's concerns about publicly releasing information that could be injurious to ongoing Canadian military operations, and encouraged the parties to work together to resolve it. The government did exactly that, and 6 months later, an ad hoc committee was struck, and the government handed over all the documents to that ad hoc committee in the summer of 2010, all the documents without redactions, and the committee began its work. There are two things to note about the Afghan detainee document order that was different and distinct from the Winnipeg Lab document order. First, there were no measures in the Afghan detainee order to prevent the release of information injurious to national security or injurious to the conduct of Canadian military operations. The order mandated that all the documents be released forthwith, publicly, without redactions. Second, the government understood its obligations to Parliament and worked with the opposition parties to produce the documents to the ad hoc committee in 6 months. And in comparison, the Sustainable Development Technology Fund Canada documents contain no information injurious to national security. The government's explanation for defying an order of this House for those documents is that it could be a violation of charter rights. This argument is weak and thin. And one suspects that it is weak and thin because it was the only argument that the government could come up with in response to the order. One suspects is that if the reference to the RCMP wasn't in the order for the documents, the government would have found another flimsy excuse not to hand over the documents. One suspects the real reason why the government will not hand over the documents is not because it would be injurious to the rule of law, not because it would be injurious to charter rights, but because it would be injurious to the government's political fortunes.
Right.
There are several ways to end this debate, but there are only two ways to end this debate in the right way. One is for the government to hand over the documents.
Right.
And the other is for this Parliament to be dissolved and to take the matter to the Canadian people for their decision at the ballot box.
Yeah! There you go, Michael. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. And I have immense respect for the member opposite. The member opposite has the capacity to disagree without being disagreeable, unlike many of his Conservative colleagues who continuously go into the bottom of the gutter into ad hominems. So I have immense respect for the other member opposite, but I'm really here to ask the question I just asked his colleague who could not answer and evaded the question. I want no evasion in this answer that the member opposite will be providing, which is, why will his leader not become security cleared? The member opposite has stood in this parliament on the issue of foreign interference. Each and every the opposite party not willing to do so, especially if he is looking to protect the privileges of this House. I don't get it.
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, quite simply, because the Treasury Board Secretariat's Policy and Government Security would require the leader to sign a certificate or an undertaking not to reveal any information to anyone else under threat of criminal prosecution. A security clearance process the Prime Minister himself has not gone through. And that is why the Leader of the Official Opposition has said that the Prime Minister needs to release the information of parliamentarians compromised by foreign interference so that this House can make a decision about those members and whether or not they can continue to sit in this House, and so that Canadians can go to the ballot box in the next election informed about the choices that they are going to make, particularly when it comes to members of this House who colluded with foreign powers to the detriment of the interest of this country and in violation of their oath.
Take that to the bank. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de... Order. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Patriote Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise to speak to my colleague's speech because in his speech, he talked about the British North America Act. He used this to strengthen his argument. He mentioned extracts of the legislation. He mentioned them as fact. One point in particular that I wanted to raise. He said that the British North America Act was based on a joint agreement between the four provinces existing at the time, Lower and Upper Canada, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. But the truth, Madam Speaker, and I don't know if my colleague is aware of this, is that actually it was the fruit of an alliance between the Cartier Conservatives, the Liberals from Upper Canada, and the Conservatives in Upper Canada. Whereas the Reds in Lower Canada, Quebec, were very against this, and so did Nova Scotia. In fact, there was even a unanimous vote against the British North America Act. But no one listened to that. New Brunswick, as well, wanted to negotiate a different treaty than the one that was imposed. So the reality of this legislation is that it is colonialist legislation that the population never asked for. What would my colleagues say?
Halton Hills.
Merci pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The Constitution of Canada is the only constitution we have here in Canada. Yes, it's not perfect, but it's the only one we've got. And that's the reality. So we're going to respect the Canadian Constitution. And in my opinion, there are many issues that perhaps in the future we can improve in the Constitution, but for the moment, we need to follow the Canadian Constitution. Because the rule of law is a basic aspect of the existence of everyone in Canada. It applies to both citizens who support the Constitution and citizens who have issues with the Constitution. Everyone needs to comply with the Constitution and the law here and everywhere in Canada. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, I will come back to 2024 and leave behind 1867. We've had allegations of political interference, serious allegations. We've heard some about the Liberal Party, but also about the Conservative Party. The leader of the Conservative Party, however, is refusing to get his security clearance. He's refusing to hear all the information that would enable him to know that perhaps something is going on in his caucus or with former candidates. The leader of the Bloc Québécois, the leader of the NDP, the leader of the Green Party, all received that security clearance. Why do the Conservatives prefer ignorance over knowledge? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills. That's very simple, Madam Speaker. We don't believe that this information should remain secret. We need to make this information public. To give Canadians the information they need in the next election to make an informed choice based on the information in the report.
This information should be secret. We believe that it should be made public. We believe that Canadians should know which of their candidates in the next election were compromised by foreign interference activities. And so that's quite simply the reason why we're calling on the information to be released.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to actually take the questions back to the debate that we're having today on the failure, the cover-up of the Liberals to provide the documents as ordered by this House. And the member gave perhaps one of the best speeches in this long, sordid tale of the constitutional requirements for the government, the Crown, to not defy the will of the people. And what I found interesting is that what we have here is the Privy Council Office, the Prime Minister's Department is the one that ordered the redactions of departments. And I'd like the member, if he could, to explain why he thinks the Prime Minister's personal department thought that it could redact under Access to Information and Privacy Act the order of the House, which was not part of the order of the House.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question. And, I go back to the 1991 case during the government of then Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, where the government of the day said that they were not going to hand over the documents related to the Solicitor General because of privacy concerns. The House ordered the documents be handed over, and the government complied at the following meeting of the Standing Committee on Justice and the Solicitor General. So clearly Parliament has the right to these documents, and no statute law, no common law, nothing can interfere with Parliament's absolute right to call for the production of documents. And again, I quote from Section 15 of the Constitution Act, which makes that very, very clear. It says that, if I can find the quote here, Madam Speaker, it says that I'm looking for the quote here. It says that the Constitution of Canada is the supreme law of Canada, and any law that is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution is, to the extent of the inconsistency, of no force or effect, and that would include the Privacy Act.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honourable member quoted quite a bit from the preamble of Constitution and other laws. He had a lot of authorities quoting on the subject he was speaking. I do agree with him that the House of Commons has got the power to legislate, deliberate, and hold the government to account, which we do. In one of the things authorities he mentioned, said, on the surface it appears to be without restriction. I think this was in reference to the power to summon documents, ask for documents. Again, I said, quote, on the surface it appears to be without restriction. The key word in that phrase is the word appears. It is not absolute. That's number one. Number two, I think he also mentioned the parliamentarian or the minister in the UK Parliament sent to prison. I don't think it was for his refusal to produce the documents. I think it may be for his refusal to appear before the committee. Maybe the member can clarify.
Honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank the honourable member for the question. In answer to the first question, the word appears is used because the only restrictions on Parliament's absolute right to order the production of documents is that those documents be present in Canada and not extraterritorially, and that they exist And that is why they use the word appears in the previous sentence. With respect to the question about the UK case, it was a legal opinion issued by Attorney General Geoffrey Cox to the government, the cabinet of then Prime Minister Theresa May. This was a solicitor-client privilege document. The document was released in full, unredacted, publicly to the House of Commons after the Prime Minister was held in contempt and ordered to hand over the document.
Debate. The Honourable... I apologise, I was so engrossed in all these constitutional debates, I gave the Honourable Member more time. The Honourable Member for Regina Huascan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity this afternoon to address a matter of critical importance to the health and future of our democracy, the dangers posed by corruption. A democratic government is founded on the principles of accountability, transparency, and trust. When these principles are eroded by corruption, the very fabric of democracy is eroded as well, and public confidence in institutions is undermined. History offers numerous examples of how corruption has tested long-standing democracies and the strength of democratic institutions. History has a lot to teach us about this very real problem. And as the saying goes, those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. One of the most iconic symbols of corruption in modern-day governance has to be the administration of U.S. President Richard Nixon and his infamous Watergate scandal. The Watergate scandal consisted of Richard Nixon's staff hiring burglars to break into the Democratic Party's headquarters to plant listening devices in their phones. When the burglars got caught, Nixon's re-election campaign paid them to stay quiet. Eventually, a Senate committee was established to investigate the matter. When the Senate committee requested that Nixon hand over audio tapes of his White House meetings, Nixon initially refused. Then he ordered his Attorney General to fire the special prosecutor who was requesting the tapes. Only after a Supreme Court ruling did Nixon eventually relent and hand over the tapes. All of the tapes, unedited and unredacted. Shortly after, President Nixon resigned in disgrace. While it's good that in this instance the corruption was stopped and the bad actor resigned, the effects were long-lasting in democracies all around the globe, including Canada. Ever since, people have become very cynical and distrustful of politicians and assume that those in power prioritize personal or partisan gain over the public interest. People assume that politicians routinely engage in bribery, embezzlement, and influence peddling. These actions, whether they are real or merely perceived, erode public trust, distort policymaking, and diminish the legitimacy of government. In democratic systems, citizens must entrust their elected representatives with the authority to make decisions on their behalf. When this trust is violated, the repercussions are severe. Voter apathy increases, polarization deepens, and public cynicism grows. Canada, like any democracy, has experienced its share of corruption scandals. And while no political party and no government is immune to such scandals, this current Liberal government has taken these scandals to another level. The SNC-Lavalin affair brought renewed scrutiny to the Liberal Party under this Prime Minister. This controversy involved allegations that senior officials in the Prime Minister's office attempted to interfere with the judicial process to secure a deferred prosecution agreement for SNC-Lavalin, a major engineering firm facing criminal charges. When Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould refused to go along with the deferred prosecution agreement, the Prime Minister removed her from the position of Attorney General in a move reminiscent of when Richard Nixon ordered his Attorney General to fire the special prosecutor who was requesting the White House tapes. Fortunately, Jody Wilson-Raybould blew the whistle and went public with allegations that she had faced undue pressure to intervene in the SNC-Lavalin case. While this Prime Minister denied any wrongdoing, the Ethics Commissioner ultimately found his actions violated ethics rules. The affair raised serious questions about the independence of Canada's judiciary, the accountability of elected officials, and the influence of corporate interests on public policy. Unfortunately, this Prime Minister chose to violate the fundamental democratic principles of accountability, transparency, and trust, instead of simply coming clean with Canadians. Another recent example is the We Charity scandal, in which this Liberal government awarded a sole source contract worth $900 million to the We Charity to administer a completely unnecessary grant program for students who did volunteer work. It later emerged that this Prime Minister and then Finance Minister Bill Morneau had personal ties to the charity, raising concerns about conflicts of interest. Both the Prime Minister and Bill Morneau faced investigations by the Ethics Commissioner, further damaging public trust. This scandal highlighted the dangers of conflicts of interest in government decision-making and the importance of rigorous ethical standards and the need for transparency in awarding public contracts. Without these safeguards in place, the trust that Canadians place in their democratic institutions is further damaged. The ArriveCan app is another one of the Liberal government's recent scandals, complete with money disappearing in amounts that far exceeded what Richard Nixon paid to the Watergate burglars. This incident showed how the cover-up of criminal activity and lack of transparency in government operations can erode public trust. While the ArriveCan app was initially developed as a tool to facilitate efficient border crossings, its rollout and associated costs raised serious concerns about government accountability, oversight, and the effective use of taxpayers' money. According to the Auditor General, the ArriveCan app cost over $54 million, while other vendors estimate that they could have done the work for about $200,000. Madam Speaker, when you have a relatively straightforward $200,000 app that balloons in cost to $54 million, that cannot be due to simple incompetence or mismanagement. The only explanation is criminal activity. This government should have called in the auditors immediately. They should have called the police, but only after months of audits, committee meetings, and investigations was the truth finally brought to light. Madam Speaker, we've also seen the principles of accountability, transparency, and trust eroded by the most recent scandal, what I will call the Other Randy scandal. The Member of Parliament for Edmonton Centre owned and operated a medical supply company which bid on government contracts while he was a cabinet minister. The member's business partner in this two-person business informed a client he was providing updates to someone known as Randy. Then he said that he meant another Randy. And to date, despite being asked repeatedly in question period, the member for Edmonton Centre has never identified who this other Randy may be. That's because, Madam Speaker, everyone knows that this member was violating ethics rules and was in a conflict of interest. But, Madam Speaker, even this was not enough to warrant his dismissal from Cabinet. It was only after it was discovered that the member's company was self-identifying as wholly Indigenous-owned while bidding on government contracts that the member for Edmonton Centre was removed from Cabinet. Just like Richard Nixon, the member for Edmonton Centre was desperate to cling to power regardless of the harm he was causing to the public trust and the reputation of our democratic institutions. Once again, the principles of accountability, transparency, and trust, all broken under this Liberal government. The actions of this Liberal government over the last 9 years have led to an erosion of public trust in our democratic institutions. More and more citizens perceive that their government prioritizes partisan or personal gain over the public good. This government's actions have led to a weakening of democratic institutions. Corruption undermines the independence and integrity of democratic institutions, such as the judiciary and public service. The SNC-Lavalin affair in particular raised concerns about political interference in the judicial process, the absence of which is a cornerstone of democratic governance. This government's actions have led to an increase in voter apathy. Scandals contribute to voter disengagement by fostering a sense of futility and disillusionment. People see a few crooked politicians on the news and assume that they are just the tip of the iceberg and that all politicians must be corrupt. This is particularly dangerous in a democracy where active participation is essential to hold leaders accountable. Madam Speaker, robust mechanisms need to be in place to ensure transparency and accountability in government. Independent bodies, such as the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner, play a critical role in identifying and addressing corruption. But when these institutions discover problems and ring alarm bells, the government cannot simply sweep the matter under the carpet or let reports sit on a shelf to collect dust. Madam Speaker, the rules must be followed and wrongdoers must be held to account. And that, Madam Speaker, brings us to the Liberals' most recent scandal and the subject of this afternoon's debate: the documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund that the Liberals refused to hand over. Earlier this year, the Auditor General released a scathing report on Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, and its mismanagement of public funds. Here are some of her findings. $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. A staggering $58 million was handed out to ineligible projects. And what were these projects? Some of them didn't develop a single new technology. Others made outlandish claims about their environmental benefits that couldn't stand up to the slightest scrutiny. Yet they were funded. And let's not forget, Madam Speaker, that the Auditor General looked at only a sample of SDTC transactions, a sample. She looked at roughly half of the transactions and found that 82% of them were conflicted. We can easily surmise that the remaining cases were just as conflicted and that the sums of money involved were hundreds of millions of dollars more. In December of 2023, a whistleblower testified before the House of Commons Committee. In one particularly stark statement, the whistleblower said, quote, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization," unquote. Madam Speaker, enough is enough. Just as Richard Nixon finally relented and handed over the tapes related to the Watergate scandal, it's time for the Liberals to do the same. It's time for the unredacted documents related to the SDTC scandal to be handed over to the RCMP so they can do their job and get to the bottom of this. Madam Speaker, democracy is fragile and vulnerable, and it is a system of government that requires constant vigilance to preserve. Corruption, whether it occurs in Canada or elsewhere, poses a grave threat to the principles of accountability, transparency, and trust that underpin our democratic institutions. As members of Parliament and as citizens of a democratic country, we must demand accountability from our leaders. That is exactly what we are doing here today. Let's learn from history and ensure that Canada's democracy remains resilient and true to its founding principles. It's time for the Liberals to hand over the documents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member opposite for his speech just now, and it's ironic and interesting that he highlights Nixon, Watergate. He highlights how democracy must be protected. Nixon is a shame on democracy. And he also highlighted how public institutions we must protect them and have faith in our democracy. But how can Canadians trust when the leader of the official opposition refuses to get his security clearance? It's ironic that we mention Nixon, but at the same time, the leader of the opposition is refusing to be security cleared. It boggles the mind. I don't get it. Thus far, I have not heard a satisfactory answer today in this chamber from the Conservative Party on why their leader refuses to be security cleared. I hope this member can answer that question.
The Honourable Member for Regina-Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I've never had that conversation with the leader, but I would say that if the Honourable Member feels strongly about this issue, or if members of the government feel strongly about this issue, they can make that part of their legislative agenda. If they have ideas about enhanced security measures or enhanced security clearances that should be in place for any member of Parliament, they can table a bill to that effect. But in the meantime, we must deal with the situation that the Liberals refuse to address, and that is, why will they not hand over the SDTC documents to the RCMP so that the Honourable Member and this government can move forward with their legislative agenda however they wish that to look. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Questions et commentaires? Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'm
sorry, Grisba. Edmonton.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Regina-Wascana. You know, when we first got elected to this place, I remember this member being quite hopeful to be able to represent the good people of Regina-Wascana. Since his time, however, we've seen him consistently repeat the message box from the leader of the opposition, and he hasn't at one time brought up the very real concerns of the people of Regina-Wascana. I know many of his constituents are disappointed by this. They're disappointed that he always reads from the script. They're disappointed that he has no voice in this chamber. They're disappointed that Conservatives keep whipping them and printing out sheets that tell them exactly what to say. So on behalf of the good people of Regina-Wascana, I ask this member to please focus on any one issue that would relate to the good people of Regina-Wascana, perhaps even the fact that his parents were teachers. And in Saskatchewan, there was a teacher's strike. He had not once stood up for the good people of Saskatchewan. Can he now today stand up for the people of Saskatchewan and call for fair wages for teachers?
The Honourable Member for Regina-Wascana.
Oh, where to begin? Well, I would say that the voters of Regina-Wascana don't like it when $400 million of taxpayers' money disappears. I don't know why the Honourable Member from Edmonton would think that that would possibly be okay. As for the biography that he obviously read on my website about my parents, yes, my parents are retired teachers. And if the Honourable Member is interested in schools and education policy, I would invite him to run in the next provincial election in his home province, because I strongly suspect after the next federal election, he'll be handing out resumes and looking for something to do.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this speech. The question that I have is, and he did talk quite a bit about the situation that happened at SDTC, and I'm wondering if he can just expand on the fact that, you know, what we're discussing and what the House is seized with is the fact that there have been over 180 instances of conflict of interest that were determined by the Auditor General. And the Auditor General actually didn't even audit all of the contracts that went through SDTC, and so it potentially could be even more. So when you're looking at the scope of this, how big this is, that this is potentially one of the biggest scandals in Canadian history, you can understand why the Liberals are not wanting to bring forth the documents. They're obviously trying to hide something, what documents they have been heavily redacted. And so I'm wondering if the member can just speak to just how big this is and how important this is right now in our Canadian history.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honourable Member for the question and for all the good advocacy that she does on behalf of her constituents. Yes, it really is reminiscent of the Watergate scandal of the 1970s in the sense that there always seems to be more to this story, and there always seems to be more to this scandal. It's, as I mentioned in my speech, it's not just $400 million. That was just the sample that the Auditor General audited. So it is highly probable that it is much, much bigger than that. And I would say that the Watergate scandal of Richard Nixon looks like small potatoes compared to this scandal that is currently paralyzing this Parliament and paralyzing this Liberal government. And so I would say that this is an issue of corruption that has not received the attention it deserves in the general public, probably because Canadians have become so cynical of this government after the scandal and more scandal and more scandal that we've seen from them over the last several years.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, the member really highlighted the concerns around transparency and representing our constituents. I know when I've spoke, I highlighted, when I've spoke to this bill, or not this bill, this parliamentary privilege, I couldn't believe the amount of feedback when I asked my constituents about just how frustrated they are with this government's unwillingness to comply with this democratic chamber, the will of Parliament, in turning over the documents. In fact, over 91% of the people out of 500 plus replies I got back on this indicated they really think the government should follow the will of Parliament. I'm just wondering, could he elaborate a little bit more, Madam Speaker, on what he's been hearing from his constituents in his great writing?
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And what I'm hearing from my constituents is that they have had enough of all of these Liberal scandals. I enumerated quite a few of them during my speech, whether it's SNC-Lavalin or the other Randy scandal or the ArriveCan app. They all just blur together, and people say, we've lost confidence in this government, we've lost confidence in the Liberals, and it's time to call an election and send the Liberals out to pasture and bring in a new Conservative government. Thank you for the question, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds Dollard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to note first off that in the member from Regina Wascana, in his response to the member in his same party from Kelowna Lake, said that Parliament is paralyzed, and it's paralyzed because of the actions of the Conservative Party that's happening right now. With respect to his answer to me, though, he said he has not yet had a conversation with his leader about why he is not getting security cleared. Will he commit to speaking with his leader to make sure that he gets security cleared and tell us why he is not doing so? Will you have that conversation with your leader?
No, I won't. The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me be perfectly clear. The reason why Parliament has not moved forward with its legislative agenda is because the Liberals continue to block the handing over of documents to the RCMP. That's like saying that Richard Nixon filibustered Congress for not handing over his tapes. No, we have to comply with the law. The Liberal government has to comply with the law. If you see something, say something. If we see $400 million worth of corruption, we need to call in the RCMP so they can investigate this matter. As for talking with my leader, I think the honourable member is more than capable of doing so himself the next time he sees him.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I obviously struck a nerve in my last question for the member who never speaks about Regina Wascana issues and only speaks from the talking points he's given from his leader. To that point, on the matter of the last question regarding to security clearance, I think I need to lay this out very clearly for the member. The issues of national security are so critical and important that national leaders in our country get briefed on those particularly important details, and we don't release them publicly because our political adversaries, including Russia, would use that information against us. That is why we have a security clearance program in this country that allows for MPs and leaders to have and be cleared by that process to get confidential information on how that foreign interference could be impacting our parties. My leader took a security clearance, and we found no evidence of such thing. Why won't the Conservatives, and why are they hiding from a security clearance that they should be taking in order to protect
a very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take considerable exception to the Honourable Member's statement that I never stand up for Regina Wascana or speak about Regina Wascana. During the pandemic, NAV Canada was planning to shut down the air traffic control tower at Regina International Airport. I advocated to keep it open. During the RCMP mass casualty...
I'm sorry, but we have run out of time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portage Lisker.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always a privilege and a pleasure to rise in this place. And on this particular issue, I rose last in early October to speak to the House about the Liberals' failure to turn over documents on the Green Slush Fund as requested by the House of Commons, duly elected and agreed to by the Speaker. So 2 months later, it's pretty obvious that the government is more concerned about what damage might emerge from handing over these documents and the consequences that may follow, instead of moving ahead with their own agenda, as flawed as that agenda may be. They are choosing to let this place live in gridlock. And then from their ivory tower, they stand and they lecture us on how our quest for transparency it's impeding the business of this place. There is a pretty easy solution to this, Madam Speaker. You could just hand over the documents as requested by the elected members of this place. If they would have done that by now, we wouldn't be here today. I would not be speaking on this privileged debate today. They could do it today, and recognizing that my time will run short at adjournment and I will come back Monday morning to conclude my speech and take hopefully decent questions from members of the NDP Liberal government, I'm willing to sacrifice. I am willing to sacrifice and cede that time if the government were just to do the right thing. Hand over the documents. It's a Friday afternoon. It's a dump. They can get rid of it. Maybe nobody will notice. But the reason that they're obviously hiding them and refusing to do so is because they are very, very worried about those consequences. Now, I mentioned the legislative agenda of this government, and if you want to call it that, but let's kind of review where are we actually at and perhaps understand why they might not want to move forward with their own agenda. They, of course, the Minister of Justice has the Orwellian Bill C-63, a widely panned piece of legislation that would see Canadians arrested for speech that the Liberals deemed impermissible, speech that they don't like. Now, George Orwell's dystopian future is proving eerily correct under this Liberal government, with thought crime set to be added to our legal books should that bill ever pass. Or we have Bill C-65, the Electoral Participation Act, that is also underway in theory. Or maybe we should call it by what it, more appropriately would be, the Ensuring the Leader of the NDP's Pension Act, since the NDP and Liberals got together and cut some backroom deals to get another payout on the backs of hard-working Canadian taxpayers.
I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This point of order is related to claim of relevance. He's bringing up pensions. His leader has over $1 million pension, 50 times bigger than...
Okay, that is debate. That is debate, and the Honourable Member knows. The Honourable Member for Portage Lisker.
I think I struck a nerve. They seem a little bit upset by talking about when their leader's pension comes to fruition and legislation that is literally trying to move back the election date to enable a whole bunch of them that were elected in 2019 that are probably not coming back to this place after the carbon tax election, they're trying to get their pension. Once again, the NDP leader last night put his pension above Canadians and our country. Another failure, but it's not surprising. Now, continuing on to what we could be debating on Monday, if the government, the Liberals, just handed over the documents. We could go to Bill C-73, the Nature Accountability Act, which our Environment Committee is attempting to do a pre-study on to circumvent the fact that they won't hand over the documents to try to help themselves in the future pass legislation. So obviously I, as a proud member of the Environment Committee, have looked at the legislation, and I'll summarize it as this. It's a plan to make a plan, which is consistent with this government. It is all about trying to build bureaucracy, help their friends out, but not actually accomplish anything. It's lazy environmentalism that is best summarized as all of this Liberal government's environmental policy. So I asked the minister who was before us on this bill this week, the radical environment minister, about what additional spending and or potential new hiring of bureaucracy would be needed to enact this legislation should we pass it. And he refused to say. He just would not admit that there might be anything. I asked about, well, could you look for internal savings, given the fact that 53%, there's been a 53% increase in the number of senior executives within that department. Maybe we could look a little internally and try to find some efficiencies, we'll call it, within that department. Or do we just need to go back to the piggy bank of Canadians and borrow more, increase our debt, increase inflation, just to pay for their reckless, bureaucratically bloating ideas? Now, Madam Speaker, I've been here a little over a year now, but I think I've come to understand the Liberals' guiding principles in this place. And I would say principle one is when something doesn't work, just throw money at it. That must be the solution. It looks like we're doing something if we just throw more money at it. Or principle number two is when people don't work, hire more of them. Clearly, that has been the track record. And principle number three is that when things actually are working well, bring in some Liberal insiders and break it. And that's how we've ended up doubling the number of bureaucrats over the last 9 years. Even the parliamentary budget officer is questioning whether or not Canadians are seeing an increase in service delivery after all of that new spending. I've talked to constituents. Anybody that deals with this behemoth of a federal government rightfully has complaints about any sort of service standards. You know, passports are not being returned to people faster. Your PAL, your firearm licensing application, which there is many people currently undertaking the courses to become trained and tested responsible firearms owners, it's slowing down. It's not getting any faster. Nobody has said to me, oh, I called CRA the other day. They answered like that. It was a great conversation. I really enjoyed that. It's the exact opposite, Madam Speaker. Nothing is working better under this federal government right now. Despite more debt-fueled spending to once again expand that bloated bureaucracy without outcomes. Because that's what we should measure, not how much we throw in terms of money at the problem. Are we improving the outcomes and delivery of what the federal government should be focused on for Canadians? Of course, we have the recent NDP Liberal tax trick is another example of the failed philosophy. The reality is, we in this country, industry in this country, unfortunately has faced regulatory strangulation, for lack of a better term, and perhaps it is the right term. We'll use one example of many, many terrible pieces of legislation that have continuously focused on driving out investment, driving away opportunities, and just trying to add problematic elements for those entrepreneurs and investors, whether they be individuals or Canadian public pension plans, that want to invest in Canada, that want to build in Canada. Of course, we have Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill, or maybe more appropriately named the Never Build Anything Ever Again in This Country bill, as a prime example of why we've made it so unattractive to invest in and do business in this country. this is evident by the fact of the massive outflow of foreign direct investment that has previously been in Canada that is now going to the States. And I'd be surprised if anybody in this House hasn't talked to a business owner in their community that has said, well, in the case to me anyways, if you guys don't win, I'm leaving. It is a real problem, and the data bears out that it is happening already, and it's because of that strangulation through regulation and legislation under this Liberal government. They treat the economy like it's some sort of machine. You're just going to pull some levers and press some buttons, and everything's going to work out just fine. And they're not even trying to hide their plans. They regularly say we need to build the future economy and transition our economy. What they mean when they say that is that they want a government-controlled, centrally planned and manipulated economy. Entrepreneurs be damned. The Liberals know what Canadians need, what they want, and they're going to try their best to make sure that the economy matches their ideology. That is not the way the economy works, Madam Speaker. Instead of trying to drive economic growth through private sector investment, they choose to spend and spend and spend, which is why we've seen a doubling of our national debt. We've seen drastic increases in the price of life, whether it be through direct taxation on individuals, on companies, or of course the hated carbon tax. It's not surprising when you focus on changing the economy to something you believe it should be, taxing everybody to death, that we have a doubling of the price of all homes in this country, a doubling of the rent, record-breaking numbers of people lining up at food banks in our, what should be a prosperous leader of a nation. And now they've doubled down of late. They're trying to bribe Canadians with their own money, with their $250 check proposal, and a temporary, a pause. It's been called in this chamber a lot over the last number of days, a tax cut. A tax cut to me means it's actually cut, not that you hit the pause button and said, we'll give you 2 months of a break on a couple of items that we deem to be essential. That's what they decide what is going to be listed in terms of this temporary pause, this temporary, it's a tax trick. That's right, it's a tax trick. Even my opposition colleagues know that this is simply a temporary tax trick. Now, I suppose maybe the Liberals think, well, my hand's in your pocket already, you might as well just grab a little bit of extra cash out there. But what they have failed to realize, and has been brought up by members of the opposition, is the havoc that is that's going to reap on small business owners. Again, I've received calls, I assume all members from wherever they may be, have received calls saying, do you know how a point-of-sale system works? Do you know how hard it is to get an overnight December 13th group of staff to come in and make all of these changes? And then what if we collectively screw something up a little bit? CRA is just going to come and audit me right away? They like the idea of actual tax reductions, of permanent tax reductions. That will help drive prosperity, but this tax trick is simply not appealing and is driving a whole bunch of extra work. We've all heard the same thing. You know, people are going to come and return things now and rebuy them at the busiest time of the year. There are legitimate grievances from our small business community, the backbone of our economy, that were just, of course, under this Liberal government, once again, I don't even call them ignored. They were probably just never listened to. Consulting is not something that this Liberal government takes a lot of pride in. They say something and they announce something, everybody's upset at them, and then they just decide, well, forge ahead. It doesn't matter if it's a terrible idea or not. And I think that some of these examples illustrate what we've seen here in terms of the matter at hand of the Liberal Green slush fund scandal. And I've in my previous interventions in this place detailed the history of this scandal, but I'll provide a little bit of context for Canadians that are listening in, perhaps for the first time, and wondering why are they still debating this privilege motion? Why won't the government just hand over the documents? Reasonable questions for Canadians to ask.
Do that kind of noise, it can be very bothersome for the interpreters. The tapping on the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just once again, to summarize, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, organization. It's a body that started back in 2001 to fund companies creating technologies that promote sustainable development. It's not a bad idea. Investing in technology, not taxes. Where have I heard that before? I think it's been coming from this side of the House because it is a good idea. But the Liberals applied some of those principles that I earlier outlined. When something works well, bring in some Liberal insiders and break it. And so that's exactly what they did. They hired Annette Verschuren in 2019 to chair this board of directors that oversees payments from the fund. Now, she as an individual and an organization had received SDTC funding in the past. So obviously a couple of red flags went up across the bureaucracy, and I applaud them for that. Now, despite being warned, this Liberal government went ahead. They just said, okay, whatever, we'll just appoint her anyways. And under her watch, an environment just rotten with conflicts of interest thrived. This Liberal-friendly board awarded funding to organizations that they individually had a financial interest in. The gravy train, unfortunately, couldn't go on forever for those board members. And thanks to
the honourable member will have 6 minutes to conclude his remarks when we next return to the subject. Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration on the privilege motion at 11 a.m. on Monday, December 2nd, 2024. Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to the standing orders, I would like to inform honourable members that private members' business will be suspended today. It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 o'clock pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.